But how's everyone feeling about the screen now? It should be a much higher resolution. Let's make sure the text is big enough for y'all to read. That is Ghosty. I feel like we had a different theme before, but I'm thinking of somewhere else, I think. Yeah, that's a very nice shader, for sure. But yeah, the text is no longer like fuzzy, right? I'm just double checking. We verified it in the editor and some other places, but this should be a better screen view than what you're used to from this stream because I finally got my other capture card set up. So it's very clear now. Perfect. All right, sweet. The problem is I have to put it up to 4K, which makes the text that I read here in the UI extremely small. Like, whoa, dude. So that's a little annoying. It's a little bit annoying. But whatever, we'll deal with it. Okay, so here in the API... Oh, and you know what? Yeah, we're going to have to fix this. So font size, let's call it, I don't know. Let's double it. 64. That didn't do anything. Whatever. We'll just zoom it. Oh no, we've had another one. It used to be like the rain, like driving in the rain thing. But someone the other day requested a change. So yeah. If you want to get it going and you're using Ghosty, it's actually a little easier than you might think. So the shader in there is... Which one? It is Synthwave Sunset. So yeah, pretty straightforward to get going with Ghosty. Yeah, no worries. All right, so we do dev sh for the back end. I'm not sure what that error is even trying to tell us. We can go look at it here at some point. Yeah, that still didn't reload the font size. Yeah, whatever. It's okay, Surly. I don't know if we need to tag that. I stream too much for people not to know that. But no, I appreciate it. And yeah, what's up, Surly? Thank you for saying hi over on YouTube as well. Yeah, I don't know. Does YouTube like favor the likes on live stream stuff? I don't know. I'm not sure. Appreciate it either way. Okay, so yeah, let's get these things back up and running. We'll do a pnpm dev there. And we'll do a pnpm dev here. Ah, makes sense, Surly. Yeah. Yeah, can't hurt. Exactly. Okay, so the other day we got our logo going. I like it. I think it's a fine logo. We've got our dashboard. Looks all right to me. We had the server down for the past couple days, so yep. Yeah, like halfway through yesterday, I turned off the server to reboot. Looks like Jira popped up a little more recently, which is kind of cool. But yeah. All right, so the part that we were working on the front end was this, right? Like the pricing page. It's like 250 might be a fine zoom size. And yeah, we were doing this section. I don't know if I want to like fully focus on the pricing page right now, because what I want to start thinking about is how we do the subscriptions and how we start showing and hiding things or like allowing certain features for users within the app. And let's double check our linear board. Wait. I'm sorry, Stack Overflow or Overchill. What did I miss? Oh, there you go. I don't know, man. It's a Twitch stream. Just take it easy. Okay, so, yeah, I see it now. Sorry, I did miss it. You decided you're going to pursue a career in software development, been coding for fun for over 13 years now. We made you realize it's something you want to make a career out of. So thank us for giving you a little push. Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say go for it, man. It is a rough time in the industry, but since you have experience, it's just not professional experience. You've got a leg up over juniors that just started within the past year or two, for sure. What I would try and focus on is maybe trying to work with teams in some way. Like in general, since you've got more of a handle on like the coding part of things, you may consider joining 100 devs. You know, at least going through the content, you probably know most of the stuff there, but you can get to like working with teams and keeping each other motivated, and that might be valuable. So something to consider. Yeah, Leon Noel is a very great dude. Yeah, I think contributing to that community in any way is valuable. But totally up to you. All right, so marketing docs site pricing page, which is a sub thing of the marketing docs site. The initial homepage, I don't know, I'd say it's not done, but it's getting there. When it goes to API and the app, right, wiring up email sending, we should probably do that here soon. Right, email templates we need to do. I mean, it's something to consider. I think you do want to get experience working on teams, because working in a team environment is very different from solo projects. If you've already got some open source stuff under your belt, you're already way ahead of the game, but I'm just throwing it out there. Something to consider. All right. Cool. DevJ, you're just getting into open source at the moment. It looks intimidating. Yeah. One thing you can do is there's a couple things to recommend. So Algora is awesome. So there are bounties on Algora for working on various like open source projects. Oh, they changed up their homepage. Interesting. If we go look at some of the bounties that are posted, right? You can make $750 by just adding local model support to Golem, or all sorts of stuff. Right? Cal.com does like bounty to hire type stuff, which is pretty cool. So you can actually get paid for doing some of this like open source contribution stuff, and Algora is one of the platforms for that. They're the one that I know the most about. But yeah, like depending on the scope of work, could be worth contributing to these because it's just another thing that you've contributed to. So totally an option. Starting bigger projects for a portfolio? Yeah, I think that works. Yeah, even if they're only getting as far as like the architecture step, it shows that you're thirsty and thinking about that kind of stuff. So yeah, DevJ and anyone else trying to break in to like open source, you can get paid for doing open source bounties here. If you're looking for like simpler open source, there's usually a good first issue kind of tag. And there's a website here that kind of aggregates some of that stuff. I will point out, like, contributing to open source isn't something you should focus on entirely, but it can be a nice, like, add to your resume. I think the next big thing I want to point out is anyone trying to get in, don't necessarily listen to the loudest people about what languages to learn and whatnot, right? If you're listening to the loudest people on Twitter, etc., you would think that Haskell and Zig and Rust, etc., are like the hot languages to get a job in. No, there are very few Rust jobs. There are very, very few Zig jobs. There are basically 0 Haskell jobs out there in the world, right? OCaml, Elixir, right? So don't go based upon what it seems like the community's talking about. Go based upon the numbers that are out there, especially near where you live. Like, look at what they're hiring for where you live. Is it a big PHP area? Well, then, yeah, you should probably learn some PHP. Is it a big .NET or C# area? Well, you should probably learn some .NET or C#. It's going to be based more on where you live than it is what's popular on Twitter. So keep that in mind. And even if you are a back-end dev, you're still going to probably need to learn front-end stuff too. At least a little bit. And vice versa. If you're front-end dev, knowing how to build a back-end will help you work with back-end developers better. If you're on the older side of things, you may want to consider that people are going to be expecting you to like branch to management here eventually. So learning about management techniques and Agile and Scrum and blah, blah, blah could also be something worth understanding. But again, I'm less knowledgeable about the management side of things. I've been like a team or dev lead before, but I've never been like a manager, if that makes sense. So I don't have much experience with that. But yeah, very, very cool. Yeah, I don't know. Just remember, I'm not like the expert. So take it with a grain of salt. read up on it, weigh other opinions, and at some point just decide. Like, your situation and what you're trying to do better. But yes, I think the big thing is with so many companies looking for hybrid or in-office personnel, your number one thing is focus on technology in your local area. And then doubling back to don't listen to people talking about like, oh, that language sucks, like PHP, etc. There are a lot of PHP jobs out there in the world. If there's a WordPress agency near where you're at, could be worth it. But just remember that that's a jumping off point. It doesn't have to be your entire career. Okay, so here's what I'll do. We'll commit what we got for the front end part. And what's up, Mr. Whippet? How you doing? Okay, so we're on a clean working tree. What I think I want to do next is it's going to be a back end and a front end thing. But yeah, no worries, guys. Yep. Yeah, I'd love to have like a project where we could like work on stuff together, which I think would be really cool. But I got other stuff I want to make first. And at that point, like I would end up being like the project manager more than anything, which I'm not good at. But yeah, so what we want to do here we'll push it up, even if it's in a halfway done state. I'm okay with that. What I want to do after pushing is we are going to do the get cracking work item thing again. GK work create, and we're going to call it add billing tiers. And sure, we'll set it as the default for now. We don't need the front end page at the moment. So we can close that. Close that. I think that's fine. Scroll area we can leave for now. That will leave up. And then, yes, here's our localhost stuff. So we're going to start out very basically with just like a string enum of the billing tiers that we have. So what we'll do is we'll call them pre-seed, startup, and unicorn. Because why not? Let's figure out where we need to do that part. We're going to start with the back end of it. Wow, we're at the absolute maximum that VS Code will let us even zoom in. 4K screen. But at least the text is nice and crisp. So, totally worth it. Totally worth it. All right, so as we look at the back end, now hold on. Block contains unused literal? The hell does that mean? Ah, that's it. That's it. All right, so we'll clean that up. Call it good. So in our migrations, let me drag this over so I can read the title of these things. In creating orgs, currently an org just has a name, and I think we want to do the billing at the org level. And billing tier is not an integer. It is a char. And we'll put the size at 12. Yeah, we'll say 12. How attached to my VS Code theme I am? I'm not a big fan of changing theme. Like, we've looked at others in the past. Like, I don't care enough about theme except for the fact that I want certain things to be distinct enough. Like, I know some channels do, like, the theme as, like, a channel point reward. I'm not a big fan of that kind of churn. Like, I don't like fiddling with my editor that much. Like, I find that changing the theme would somewhat impact my ability to scan code because I'm used to, like, the familiar pattern, which is also why I think it's something you want to do where the theme you have should be different enough from the theme that's in, like, GitHub or wherever you're doing code review, because you want to be able to look at the code slightly differently. So you actually want to harm your ability to scan when you're doing code review. In my opinion. Fiddling with NeoVim. Hot dog stand was quite popular. Yeah. There's another streamer that totally like let chat change their theme too. It's just, I don't know. Michael Jolly. Turning on and off syntax highlighting would be evil. Like, there's a lot of stuff there that might make stream more fun for the viewer, but it would be less fun for me at that point. Like, I think Stragger used to let you change his font, right? That sounds like a nightmare. All right, so yeah, we've got billing tier. Now, hold on. I'm in the wrong place. Back to these. We are doing underscores at that point. So yeah, this should be billing underscore tier. All right. Coding on Notepad must be what they do to you in hell. Maybe. I was thinking coding on a typewriter or making you write out your code. That would be particularly a hellscape. Right, like an old school typewriter or even just writing your code. Yeah, whiteboard all your code. Oh my god. Yeah, that would be the worst. All right, so then here in accounts/org, in the college you go to, guys from computer science take exams coding in pen and paper. That's not a great college. I'm going to say that right now. It might be a great college for certain things. It's not a great college for computer science. One of the worst interviews I've ever had. They printed out a bunch of PHP code and had me find the syntax errors. Like, dude, that's what your editor is for. That's the entire point of an editor for coding. But I was early career and I would have taken the job just because I needed a job. I'm actually really happy about the first job I landed. There were so many other ones that would have sucked way more. Yeah, actually, no, I got really lucky with my first job. It was at a WordPress agency that was expanding out into like bigger and better clients for like, JavaScript applications and stuff like that. So they hired me on for like a contract to hire for a WordPress project that needed to launch within the week. So I put in like 60 plus hours that week to launch it. But nailed it. No big deal. Then from there, did a few more like WordPressy things, but in general, most of my work there was doing like JavaScript applications because, that was something I wanted to do. So yeah, first big project at that company was actually like an Angular JS app with a Laravel backend. I didn't do the Laravel much except for like doing our OAuth because our overseas developer was not good enough for that. Is what it is. Not saying all overseas devs are bad, but they weren't a great one. Also, like, OAuth's tough. If you've never done OAuth before, it's a little trickier. But yeah, like, I lucked out getting into JavaScript application building, like, within the first couple months. Whereas like some people toil away at WordPress jobs and they're just getting a paycheck there while they're trying to get hired doing application dev at other companies. So yeah, I got lucky there. I do think I had the opportunity within like the first month being there to jump ship to a job that might have really changed my career trajectory, but I do think there's some value to loyalty. Like not total loyalty, but come on, they gave me my chance. They deserve something. Same thing with Get Kraken here. Like, I'm pretty sure I could make more money elsewhere, but they gave me a chance. So they've got at least another year out of me. We'll see. Like, probably. Most likely. And honestly, I'm making a decent salary still. It's a solid salary. Like other DevRel people I've talked to have said, dude, you could definitely be making more. But also, I've seen some of the horror stories of other DevRels that have been having a hard time even getting a job. So, beggars can't be choosers. I like where I'm at. I like the salary. Just because it could be more doesn't mean that it, necessarily should be more yet. How was working with a team to do dev work different from being a dev where I was just doing like freelancing? As a freelancer, you are the salesperson, you are the project manager, you are the designer and the dev, and there's like other hats you have to wear in there too, like the accountant as well. I'm good at the dev part. I am shit at all of the other parts. Working on a team, you have people that can fill those blanks for you. But you also need to learn how to work with Jira and Agile development and planning projects and estimating and doing all sorts of stuff. In general, as a freelancer, you have to wear so many hats that it makes you worse at the one that you want to wear. And as a freelancer, you rarely get the really cool, interesting projects for a fee that you're able to live on, Yes, as a freelancer, you are filling the entire void of a full startup. And yeah, I know it's good to get something on your resume, freelancing wise, but it's not something you should do forever, in my opinion. Your most successful time as a freelancer or contractor will be after you've had a couple years under your belt at an actual company. Then you can take that knowledge of how planning works and how this stuff works and bring it to your freelancing/contracting career. Yep. Okay, so we've got billing tier in here. What's the best way to do enums in Elixir? I don't want to enumerate a string. Right, yeah, just functions. And we're doing it for roll, aren't we? Yes, we already have. We're doing it. Where are we doing this? Ah, permissions. Okay. We'll call it billing.ex. Yeah, so that's basically the same thing we're doing here. What we're going to do is trial, starter, pro, enterprise, and instead of pro, what we'll do here is precede, startup, unicorn. Why not? And we'll call it enterprise. That'll be just a separate thing. Right? Because like each enterprise client would probably have its own like deal. So the moment we see enterprise as like a billing tier, we go fetch out to somewhere else to get values. And hey, what's up, Tommy? How you doing? Ooh, and it is 5 o'clock. It is 5 o'clock. So yeah, entitlements might be events. I don't know if Enterprise is going to have any value there. I'm just using tokens, so JWTs. I don't feel the need for a revocation list. At the point that I do, I might as well do might as well just do Redis or something, so then I can just store tokens that way. Yeah, local storage. I don't believe any of the anti-local storage hype. Or the hatred against it. Let me put it that way. Yeah, so basically, look at it this way. Why is local storage bad for storing a token? The arguments that are going to be presented to you are, one, what if cross-site scripting exists in your app that can expose the local storage token to other people, right? Well, number one, your problem isn't the local storage token, it's the cross-site scripting. So another argument is, well, what if you get a bad dependency, right? So supply chain vulnerability. What if you're using unpackage in production and the owner of unpackage wants to inject a script that sniffs and scrapes your local storage tokens? Well, the next thing is, don't use unpackage in production. Lock down your dependencies. At some point, if that becomes a problem, or if XSS becomes a problem, what would prevent the malicious thing from just making a request on your behalf anyway? If you're using secure tokens or secure cookies, they can still make HTTP requests on your behalf, right? So there's like nothing that is inherently different between the actual mechanism of compromise. If you have XSS or a bad dependency, the issue is someone either grabbing your token or making requests on your behalf. Both of those are just as bad. So there's no value, in my opinion. So either they can grab your token because it's exposed to JS via cookie or local storage, or they can't, but that browser session is available to every request from that domain, so it doesn't matter. They're still able to do anything they want with your credentials. At the end of the day, they both have the same problems. The call's coming from inside the house. So at that point, the fear-mongering over a script sniffing your token, it just doesn't matter compared to a script making a request for you instead. Same problem. That's my opinion on it. I'm not some major security expert, but I don't know. I've just never heard a good argument from the fans of cookies that doesn't apply to the same thing that they're evangelizing. CSRF. If you're doing cookie stuff, you need CSRF. Absolutely. But again, if it's a bad dependency or cross-site scripting, what prevents someone from writing the same logic that just grabs the CSRF tokens? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. But no, I don't use CSRF. Like, I don't have forms in general. Like, sure, I use forms for, like, forms, but there's so many interactions on a page that can do something that CSRF won't protect you from that either. Right? CSRF isn't going to protect you from deleting a resource. You know? CSRF isn't going to protect you from reading all of your data and exfiltrating it. All right, so let's just say that's the amount of events you get. Let's say the amount of keywords is 1, 3, 5, 10. I don't know what numbers we came up with before, but that's good enough for me. And I think that's all we need to do for the moment. There's going to be other stuff. And with all this stuff being hard-coded, it's probably not that big a deal. I'm wondering... Oh, and I think that's just the wrong slash, right? So we'll default everyone to trial. And those are the only values we even have there, so we'll leave that. Oh. This might be over abstracting it, but I want this stuff to be... And it's weird that like it had the context, but it just lost it. So hold on. I think we can do it this way. Oh. Yeah, I don't know if... Yeah, let's just undo this abstraction. We don't need it. Not for now. We're overcomplicating it. So these are the billing tiers that we have. When we look at org, it'll be one of those things. So yeah, list orgs with roles for that user ID. That part looks fine. Creating an org, sure. Updating an org. This part I'm less sure of. But hey, G, who is Jay? How you doing, Mr. Sir? You've been AFK for a bit because of work BS? Yeah, dude, no worries, man. And thank you for the sub. 18 months, dude. That's huge. But yeah, you know, how's work been? Besides the hecticness and all that. Like working on anything fun that you probably can't talk much about? Yeah, so the org billing tier, right? We're not going to be doing it at a user level. It's at the organization level. So that comes back like that. Which means, hold on. Here in accounts, we're doing a query here, and this needs to have billing tier inserted at, updated at. Let me update my seed script. We'll call that one unicorn. For this one, we'll call this one, we'll just call it pre-seed. This one will have, what was it, startup. Working on some machine learning stuff related to images, but your part is the optimization. You still love it? Oh, that's nice. A user with no org at all. All right, so our seed values will be that. Real quick, I do have to use the restroom again. Broke that seal. We got a sneeze coming. Woo! Okay. So yeah, we're adding these billing tiers. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'm gonna dump what's in this because this is stale from yesterday. Gross. And yeah, we'll pour ourselves a nice 5 o'clock uh fun beverage. So BRB, gonna go pee. Once you sneeze, you have to sneeze 3 or 4 more times. See, I've never had that as an issue. Ooh, but that was the end of that album. Man, bad timing on my part. Yeah, I've had friends who also like, oh, if I need to sneeze, I look into the sun. Okay, I've never had that as a thing, but all right, cool. Oh, Sevi. All right, yeah, shit. You were saying that just as I was thinking it. That's funny. Yeah, I've never had that either. But I've definitely had friends that had that for sure. And that's funny that you were saying that. Oh, I left my beverage glass. Sorry, 1 second. Food just showed up? Ooh, yeah, no worries. Yeah, when you get back, you got to tell us what kind of food it is. Achoo syndrome. Perfect. I am a sneeze. And this is my son, Achoo. Bless you. Yeah, that's good. Here in England, sorry, I really like Robin Hood Men in Tights. It's a classic film. But okay, so we'll do one of these. Okay, so what we're doing right now, let's consider this. We've got the trial stuff there. We need to reseed the database then, because we modified one of these. In fact, let me just do that. We roll everything back. We're going to roll it forward. Run our seeds and hold on. We got to roll it back again because I forgot that thing we commented. Should probably have that actually there. Okay, so that's fine. All right, so we bring that back up. We'll bring back up the dashboard. Can I do a default? All right, so that defaults to trial. Trial will be based off of trial like duration will be based off of a inserted at value, but maybe the trial is free. Yeah, this part's trickier. I don't know. We'll cross that bridge in a bit. All right, so we grab this. We get logged in. We've got foo and bar and a bunch of stuff for them. Nothing beforehand because we weren't measuring those values. Let's shuffle some things around. Okay. So from here, right, let's just double check. Is this coming back on the network request? Got the one org. We see the billing tier is unicorn. Yep. And that works for me. So And what's up, Quidjibo? How you doing? So let's shuffle this around. Work meeting was good. Yep. Yeah, it was basically we're trying to hire a social media person. Honestly, if there's anyone in the Arizona, like Phoenix type area, technically Scottsdale, we do have an open role. I think we're pretty much about to decide on someone, but if you get in there quick enough, could be a thing. What I would say is if you're in the Phoenix Scottsdale area, and you're actually like developer familiar, right? Like you know the problem that GitKraken tries to solve, like you're familiar with creating content for devs, etc. And you're familiar with the various social media platforms, what their values are, how they can compare. You might not need as much experience if you got more of like the dev chops. But I would say it's probably going to be way less money than like being a developer would be. So I don't know. Like it's tough to fill like the social media manager role with someone that's like dev focused. But just in case, I don't know. Right? We got our list of jobs that are available. And it does look like we're hiring for a senior back-end engineer. Golang, I think, is a big part of it. Let me double check this. Also looking for someone with container orchestration frameworks and some of that stuff, right? So, yeah, this is like a cloud architect, cloud engineer kind of role. But yeah, experience with Go, TypeScript, important, CI/CD, etc. Yeah, I can get more browser tabs. Exactly. Yeah, Strawberry. Yep. Yeah, where are you trying to type that there, Surly? I'm curious what that's about, but yeah. But yeah, if you're back end focused and you know you're interested, check it out. Yeah, you got way too many windows open. So yeah, I didn't know we were hiring for this role. Yeah, could be cool. I have no idea about salary expectations or any of that jazz, but yeah, could be a fun team. And then yes, here in the Arizona area, we're looking for growth marketer that might be filling in soon. Product manager, also a thing. So just wanted to shout it out just in case. But let's get back to what we're doing. So here on the front end, not in the marketing site, but in the application, I want to first and foremost, we need to do a utility that checks some permissions. We also want to get our billing tiers up to the front end. Been wanting to switch to an OLED monitor, but they are so pricey. Yeah, the thing about OLED is you also have to, like, for years, we've been spoiled. Like, super spoiled with like IPS and some of the other like monitor types in that we don't have to worry about screen burn-in. But OLED does have to worry about screen burn-in. And telly is a television, right? So if you check out some of the OLED TVs, you might find something. But yeah, it's something to be aware of. You better have a solid screensaver or like turning the monitor off after whatever, because burn-in can happen with OLEDs. It's crazy. It's like the super cheap monitors and the super expensive monitors have burn-in problems, but then the stuff right in the middle, no problems. Yeah, OLED has burn-in problems. They have been improving? Okay. Yeah, what's interesting is I thought I had burn-in problems with this monitor, but I don't think I do. Because now I don't see any of like the burn-in stuff. But if I leave it there for a day or two and it's like static, like I'll totally see burn-in. So I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't seem as permanent with like the little mini monitor I got in front of me for like the teleprompter. But it is something to worry about. Like there are things in newer OLED TVs that help mitigate it, but because of the way they work, it is possible. In general, if you're just better about it, you're probably fine. So yeah, OLED burn-in isn't a possibility, it's a guarantee. The question is when it will happen. Oh, so here's another thing. OLED burn-in could be about like the emitters burning out. So with modern OLEDs, the emitter problem is gone, which is nice. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe it's not so bad. But yeah, I like IPS monitors. Like they're pretty good. I think they're better than like the other worse LCD technology. IPS seems to do the job for me. What is like the selling point of OLED? Just the colors? Okay. So yeah, if you're a designer, then it matters a lot, right? Perfect blacks because the LEDs turn off. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. So yeah, for TVs, I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I guess for a dev machine, an right, an LED that's on but showing black is still projecting some kind of like blue light at you. So you might have less blue light to worry about with OLED screens, and that's a big selling point. Pretty responsive, so like higher refresh rates. You got your 57-inch ultra wide for extreme iOS development. Because you mount it like vertically, right? So you've got your entire like iOS simulator maxed out on your vertical screen. Three vertical mounted 57 inchers. Exactly. Duh. Anything less would be uncivilized. Well, no, you got the two on the side and then the one that you use, right? You threw your neck out last week looking at the top of one of them, yeah? Yeah, obviously, Ethan. Duh. All right. So, what we're basically going to be worrying about is what amounts to a. It's like a permission system. It's almost like an ACL, but it's not based upon the user's role, it's based upon the organization's billing tier. Oh, and before I get too deep, hold on. We need to fix the endpoints bit. So yeah, org controller. Some of this stuff at the bottom needs to update. So yeah, name. Let's see, will it do it? Nice. Oop. Inserted at, updated at. Call that good. All right, and we'll call that good. So yeah, our type system will be updated here in a sec. When I got my two talks submitted to Cascadia JS last night, it was the last night for it. Woke up today to like that tab refreshed for like the form, and it said no longer accepting. So I got it in like at the last minute. It's a trickier submission because they just want a like a video like submission, which I think is cool. But yeah, it's like it's more effort to record a video submission. So yeah, we did that last night. And it's not like, oh, it has to be like a fully polished talk, but it's you like giving an overview of what you're going to talk about and why. But yeah, so the two talks, one is the migrating 600 plus thousand lines of code from, hold on, what's the title? Migrating 600,000 plus lines of code. It probably should have been, well, I don't know. Migrating around 600,000 lines of code from Flow to TypeScript. That one should be a fun one. And then the other talk is very simple. ATProto can be as simple as a WebSocket. Hopefully this is launched by the time I do that. What is Flow? Flow's another type system. It was created by React. Technically, I believe React is still a Flow project. They just export TypeScript types directly from the repo now. So yeah, Flow, a static type checker for JavaScript. At version 0.270. Holy shit. I think we were down at like 100 something at Gatecracken. Oh, I like their graphics though. Those are nice. But yeah, basically, it's just another way of adding types to JavaScript. It came out around the same time as TypeScript, maybe slightly earlier, actually. I don't know about that part. But in the end, TypeScript ended up winning as far as like developer mindshare and ecosystem, etc. So yes, at GitKraken, we are like our GitKraken desktop application is a TypeScript application now. No, it makes sense, Tommy. Makes a lot of sense. Basically, we were stuck on an older version of Flow, and upgrading to the latest version would have been just as much effort as doing like the TypeScript conversion, or close enough. But when we were running like a type check on this older version of Flow that we were on, like a dev would make a code change, and up to like 30 seconds later, it would finally let them know that the thing could potentially be undefined or whatever, right? So like 30 seconds of writing something just to see that red squiggle of it not existing is just no good, right? Like just totally no good. Whereas like TypeScript is basically like instant. So there's some other reasons we switched as well, which I'll go into in the talk. But yeah, like for a developer productivity, or from a developer productivity standpoint, TypeScript is a much better developer experience. They're rewriting the type checker in Go. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's kind of cool. So that'll speed it up even more. Technically, you can write really fast stuff in JavaScript. So Pour4 is a JS to WASM compiler. So it'll take your JavaScript and convert it into actual WASM, which means it's ahead of time optimized. But it's written in JavaScript or TypeScript. There may come a point where he needs to decide to like build it in some other language, but at this point, nah, man. You can write performant tooling and all sorts of stuff. Yeah, Pour4 is awesome. I need to actually remind him. Let me do that real quick. When does the squiggle conf cut off? May 23rd. Yeah, let me let one person know. Why is this? Hold on, I can find it a better way. Ah, that's right, Canada Honk. Oh, never mind. Never mind. He already submitted months ago, so he's way ahead of me. Way ahead of me on it. So yeah, he's good. He's good. Never mind. I forgot. He already sent me a screenshot of him doing his submission. So I need to submit to SquiggleConf here soon, but I've got till the 23rd. So that's fine. What's the other conference I'm thinking of that comes up soon? SquiggleConf 23rd. Cascadia was yesterday. Git merge. I didn't miss this one, did I? Oh, I'm gonna be so bummed. Submit a talk proposal. Here we go. Until May 20th. All right, so I've got some time. I need to get this stuff going here soon. But yeah, there has been a lot of activity in the Wasm world for sure. But yeah, if you're over in the Boston area, SquiggleConf is awesome. Have I gone to any in-person conferences? Yeah. This is in-person. Like last year, I did a bunch of in-person conferences. So last year, I went to Render ATL. I went to KubeCon, JS Nation, Connect.tech, GitHub Universe, and I feel like there's one other that I'm forgetting, but yeah, I don't remember. Yep. So at least 5 last year, and they were all in person. Technically, the JS Nation one was a remote talk, like pre-recorded, but I don't know. You get an excuse to go to New York, you go to New York. I did pay for that out of pocket, though, so I'm probably not going to be doing that this year. I don't know. We'll see. I can go to a couple conferences out of pocket. I just got to pick and choose which ones. I'm thinking I'm probably going to go to the Big Sky conference, though. No, not that one. Big Sky DevCon? That's it. So yeah, I did miss the CFP. I might just try emailing someone. Just to see, hey, what if? Maybe. But yeah, this one seems cool. It's by, like, the HTMX guys. Or guy. But, I believe Prime's gonna be the MC at this one. And I think it's just a train ride away. But yeah, how much are tickets? So it's on August 2nd, sure. It's a 9-hour event. Early bird discount? Okay, so yeah, 89 to 500. Okay, that's if you're a supporter. You can get the early bird. You can sponsor another student. So until May 31st. Okay, GA is 124. Okay, that's not so bad. Finally got your lotto ticket to go to WWDC. Okay, so you're like big in the iOS ecosystem. Cool. But yeah, I think Big Sky DevCon could be fun. If you're out in that area, definitely check it out. But yeah, WWDC. I didn't realize it was like a lottery thing. But yeah, so many people go. I have a certificate in iOS Dev from University of Washington from like 2012. Back when we were doing that, or when I was doing that, like in the class, there was a bunch of people that went to WWDC, which is interesting. I've never been myself because I've never done it as a profession. Couldn't justify paying for it. But yeah, I've definitely done a bunch of iOS stuff back in the day. This was before automatic reference counting, or basically like right when it released. So that's how old school I am. Let me get another album going. Yeah, back in like the purely only Objective-C days. Yeah, like Swift didn't exist at all back then. And I think as much as people want to shit on Xcode, Xcode made Objective-C majorly tolerable, right? Like the auto completion, a lot of that stuff, and your ability to inspect and whatever, right? Like that editor made Objective-C really like pleasant to deal with. You still enjoy Objective-C? Nice. So hold on, real quick. You guys have seen this, right? Here it is. Chrome knew what I was looking for. So you Objective-C iOS people know all about this, right? You say your thanks every day for automatic reference counting? Absolutely. Yes, the longest global variable name. Oh, I'm pretty sure we do. I just don't know what the command is. No, variable. Yeah, now I have no idea what our command might be. I bet we have this as command, though. But yeah, this is for a contact, right? Your younger cousin, mother's sibling's daughter, or father's sister's daughter. The fact that this needs to be a const is just funny to me. But yeah, anyway, let's get back to what we're doing. You learned about that your first week as an iOS engineer. Someone showed you that at Pepsi, and you're like, that's never going to work. Yeah, I mean, do people actually use it? I'm curious about that. But let's pour another one of these. Damn, it's already 6 p.m. Dude, that work call really ate into our time today. And before he says Pepsi. There you go. Oh, that's right. Yes, you've said that before. Caesars Sportsbook and Casino. Yeah, we know a couple people down there in, like, are you in the Vegas area there, Sneaky? Or are you remote? Because we know a couple people down in that area. Algo Bro? Okay, you're in Chicago. That's right. We've talked about this. That's right. Yeah, you were in here talking about, or wait, that might not have even been you. That was another Chicago person talking about how deep dish pizza is like the tourist pizza. I think that was even someone else from that area. Yeah, Hench. I think that was you saying that deep dish is tourist pizza, right? Like confirming what I was saying. Oh, that was you too? It is tourist pizza. Okay. I'm just talking about like when we got in a major argument with someone. But yes, you've said that as well. Yeah, 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 for sure. Tavern pizza, yeah, like the square slices, like almost like Little Caesars style, but maybe a bit thinner, or definitely a bit thinner. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard that's actually what most like Chicago people go for sure. So I think maybe I've heard that mainly from you guys, but thank you for reconfirming. Wild West ROM. You imagine for a language with different words for each of those relationships, it could be useful. Yeah, no, that makes sense. And yeah, I totally get it. West ROM over on YouTube. Does it need to be a global variable? Like, it's just a constant. And you don't get access to that global constant unless you're importing from that namespace anyway. So it's not like it matters. Right? They still have import semantics in Objective-C. As far as I remember, I could be wrong. Like, you define it in your header files, like the things you depend on. Wow, it's been a long time. I haven't written Objective-C in over a decade. Okay, so yeah. Let's go to our store here in Auth. Swift is still better. Swift UI has been a godsend. You guys rarely touch the Objective-C. I get that. Yeah, that makes sense. Um, yeah, and Swift has like real like import semantics, not just like the header BS, right? Yeah, I don't actually remember how import style stuff works in Objective-C. It's been way too long. But yeah, what's up, bad man? How you doing? No, yeah. So Wild West ROM, I don't think Objective-C has imports. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think it's all like header file based. Or maybe not even that. Like you just declare at like the project level like what frameworks you import or like you include, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. It's been too long. I haven't done Objective-C for long like yeah, recently at all. So I am out of the loop. That's on me. So there's still the header and implementation file, but it does have imports. Okay. I am using Yotai for state management. Yeah, for sure. So you can import in both. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember what any of that code looks like. Yep. That's on me. So billing tier is not actually an atom with storage. It's actually just an atom. And I actually want it to be a derived value. So it's either string or null. All right, so billing tier, return, or hold on, shit. So we've got an error for that. If I just go and do this and we do /build SDK. Let's restart the TS server and hope that just works. But yeah, Wild West Rum, how you doing out there on YouTube? Cheers. And Damon, yeah, how you doing there, Mr. Sir? That is definitely on our type. We did save this file. We did run our build SDK command, right? Billing tier. Oh, no, that's it. I forgot it. That was my mistake. All right, so there's org response. All right, so we do that part. Let me get my posture fixed. Did you see that? Yeah, it definitely kicked over. Yeah, yeah. Exactly, naughty knitter. Okay, so we don't have a command for that. We probably should. So yeah, four wheel. If you want to make a command, just let me know what you think it should be, and we can add it. But yeah, we should probably start clearing out some commands at some point, right? That doesn't mean today, but eventually. There's some dupes, maybe. We do want to keep the one that four wheel saw earlier, right? Like, we're gonna keep perfect. That was playing with skizzers, one of our earliest mods, making fun of me a bit because I typed perfect imperfectly. Yep. Yeah, there are definitely some keepers in there. Oh, yes. That's right. Declared but never read. G- all right, we should just fix all this stuff. Sure. So auth layout, dashboard layout. Let's go do it. It's just cleaner if we clean it up. Obviously, that's science. So then, yeah, at the home page. To do, we leave. That we clean up. Will it build? There we go. All right. So then over in the editor, here in the auth file, yes, billing tier or null. We'll call that good. So then, yes, billing tier updates as the user does, right? What we end up wanting to do, though, is we can start out with a simple bit of logic. We actually want to fetch. Yeah, we want to fetch the billing tiers from the back end. So we'll be treating the back end as a source of truth for most of this stuff. We fetch the billing tiers. What I basically want to do is have like a function and call it can, right? Or maybe it's like org can, in which we pass the thing a user's trying to do and maybe their current value. And the current like billing tier is going to be something that we just listen for in that function. So then it becomes if user can, we respond back with either a Boolean yes or no. And the no would have like an, no, it's probably an object we want to respond back with, right? And it'll always be that object. Let's start hacking out what this utility might look like. Do I have a utils folder? We do. So we're going to call the utility can. Yeah, let me get more music on. We're going to keep thinking about this. Can might be a bad name. We can always figure that part out. Yeah, and this is where some like pattern matching would be really nice. Do we want to reach for a thing like TS pattern? I've never used it before. So I don't like the idea of this being false, right? Instead, can is a Boolean. Reason would be a string. And maybe that's it, right? So then, yes, these are incorrect. It would be can is true. Reason doesn't have to be there. Can is true. Reason doesn't need to be there. Can is false. Reason unknown action. Or we do that. So then, yes, returning this value here would be a specific thing. So then it's going to be a bunch of like if-else statements. What I think I want to do here is we want to create an actual type for that. And we're going to call it can result. Can is a Boolean. Reason is a string. Here, this would be can is true. Oh. Extends. There we go. No, I'm sorry. We don't do portfolio stuff here. We do have a Discord channel if you want to do that. But as a first message, kind of questionable. Right? Are you just spamming every channel you see with that stuff? All right, so we've got a mistake here. I wouldn't say, like, dude, Quidjibo, we get a lot of, like, drive-by spammers like that. I would prefer if they learned proper etiquette and knowing that they can't just show up and drive by a channel like this. Okay, so Quidjibo, if you're kidding, I don't know if you're new to Twitch. Like, I think you mentioned that before. I recommend adding some form of sarcasm that denotes your comment is sarcastic. And a kappa, right? Like, you know, kappa is like the Twitch way of denoting sarcasm. You can do a /s. You can do the winking smiley with the tongue sticking out. Isn't great. The winking smiley alone without the tongue sticking out is kind of bad. Here in general on Twitch, the kappa is like the way of showing that like you're being facetious. Or that one too. That one's fine too. Yeah, it's fine, Quidjibo. Just letting you know. Sarcasm doesn't translate on the internet in general. So maybe go read up on Poe's Law if you're unaware of it, but your communication online will be better if you can avoid ambiguous sarcasm. Okay, just making sure, just so you know. And no worries, is it, how do I pronounce that? Sasha? Is it just like Sasha? I don't know, let me know how to pronounce your name better. I feel like you've obviously chatted here before, but yeah, I don't remember how to pronounce your name. Well, I mean, it's your name, so I'll pronounce it how you want. You never thought about it much? Okay. Is it more like Sakat? I don't know. Like, do you have any preference whatsoever? And I'll just try and remember. It's a really old handle. It was a combination of names so old you forgot how you made it. That's fine. Sasho. Ooh, yeah, there you go. Don't try to French it up, dirt. All right, so something is up with what we're doing here. Okay, so yeah, that was the fix. Right? A true value doesn't have a reason. A false value does. Perfect. Sasho. Oh, yeah. I mean, we'll do whatever you want, man. It's your name. You can decide. So yeah, here's the basic gist. What I want to do now is we want to import billing tier. And we're going to import What is it? Store? There's some way to do the store thing. And what's up, Krasner? You'll take your cookie now? Wait, what kind of cookie is that? Sasho. So Damon. You deserve a cookie for coming up with the name. I get it. All right. I get it. Makes sense. And Owen, how's your new job going? I don't think I asked you about that recently. Oh, it's like get default store? Chocolate chip is the best cookie? I mean, it depends. Ooh, a solid snickerdoodle. Snickerdoodles are solid. It really does depend. It really, really, really does depend. Man, that like proper like gooey like snickerdoodle. Not gooey gooey, but like just like soft and just like pull a chunk off. Like that's hard to beat. Similar with a chocolate chip cookie, hard to beat. Maybe you do a crispier chocolate chip cookie so you can dunk it in some milk. I could see that being an option too. Right? And a snickerdoodle is basically a sugar cookie, but with cinnamon on top, right? I thought they were the same thing. I could be wrong. Oh, I'm a big fan of like like standard like brownies have their like the cube. You do the same thing, but you do it with chocolate chip cookie dough. Right? So then it's like the square of like chocolate chip. Those are pretty good. Those are a solid move. What is a brookie? It's like a brownie cookie. Oh, so it's like a mixture. Got it, got it, got it. So it's like both. Layer of cookie dough topped with a layer of brownie batter. That sounds pretty amazing too. I don't know if I've had a brookie before. I've just done like the chocolate chip cookie part like separate. Yeah, I've never done this. They're all delicious. Honestly, like how could you pick just one? What's up, Francil Fernandez? How you doing? Is that basically like the French version of Franz Ferdinand? Right? Are you like a Franz Ferdinand like French cover band? I wish I spoke enough French to do a parody of Take Me Out, but whatever. Damn, I don't even know how to say it in Spanish now. What message there, Owen? It's going okay. Onboarding was working with some A/B tests for the store last week. I saw that. I don't know what Mida software is though, so yeah, I missed that part maybe. But I saw the other part. I even responded. Said A/B testing. All right, so in this can function, we want to do something like const billing tier name is equal to store.get billing tier. Yeah, we got distracted by cookies. I mean, honestly, Owen, have you ever done like a chocolate chip cookie waffle? I don't know. I just made it up. I don't even know if it exists, but someone could have a business on their hands. Sounds good, but wrong? If it's wrong, I don't want to be right. Wait, you found a recipe? Hold on, hold on. This is important. Yeah, so this person's doing it from dough when instead I think you'd want to turn it into a batter. Right? So I think that was their mistake. They're doing it from like dough. Um English only, please. Okay. So we can respond to that. Thank you for translating it maybe. But for learning English, right? Like Duolingo, yeah? I don't know, man. Like, this is what I know everyone uses for learning another language, right? So they gotta be good. Beyond that, start watching American movies, first with the subtitles, then without. And then hang out in Twitch streams and speak English, you know? That's all there is to it. I don't know. I don't speak very many other languages very well, so. Or any other languages very well. I close tabs from time to time, okay? Take it easy. I actually do need to close a couple. Wow. Yeah, even at like the size of these tabs, we're running out of space. So yeah, I think number one, so much space for tabtivities. Yes, exactly. Did we just become best friends? Yep. Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking for the streamiversary, which is in like 3 weeks. Like next week, I'm not even gonna be here for most of it. I'll be here Monday, I think, depending on if my ID arrives in time. If not, I gotta go to the airport like 6 hours early. But then I'll be back Thursday night, I believe. So then Friday we'll be streaming again. So yeah, most of next week I'll be missing. And then there's a week after that, and then the week after that, we can do our celebratory 7 years of stream. And I will shave my mustache live here on stream. And we'll also go through the tabs and add them to the archive. So yeah, the celebratory 7 years of stream, that'll be like June, I want to say like June 4th or something like that. I always forget. It's like June's like single digits. So somewhere between June 1st and June 9th. I have to look it up every single time. But yeah, we're going to shave the mustache just because I've been meaning to do so. You might be away then? Oh no. Oh no. Well, there's always the VODs. No, this is a terrible mustache. Dude, it took like 6 months for it to be thick enough to even see. No, it's more like 3 months. But like, no, it's just a bad mustache. It's a bad mustache. Who knows? Maybe later this year when December or what is it? November? That's what? October? Maybe when October rolls back around, we'll give it another try. But for a much shorter time. I'll still have to get like a month or two in advance. We'll see. But yeah, the mustache was always meant to be temporary. Just, I don't know. I can't grow a good one. This is as good as it's ever been, and it's still kind of shit. I need to trim it, like really badly. But real quick, let me go use the restroom. And what's up, Bob, Mr. Sir? Yeah, how you doing? I do have to pee. Sorry, BRB. Okay, and I am back. Back from a long weekend? Yeah, nice. All right, let's pour another one of these. We're going to pace ourselves on it. But yeah, I want to keep thinking about how we end up doing our permissions checks for not like permissions like what's your role, but permissions like can your organization actually do that because you've run out of whatever. So that'll come down to like how many keywords you can create and which notifications show up in your list. Things like that. We're going to have to recreate all of this logic on the front end and the back end. I think that's just what we got to do. So the idea is I want to make it... If we're going to have to duplicate the logic of it, I don't want to duplicate the values of it, right? So I want to have a single source of truth for the maximum amount of keywords per tier, etc. And I believe the backend is going to control all of that. But the logic, if we're going to duplicate that part, well, then that's not such a big deal. Because we should be able to build that in a way that becomes pretty generic. So we won't have to update it as we decide to change like values within our billing tiers. Like how many keywords, how many events, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So these actions we got, yeah, I'm not even sure those are the actions we care about. The actions will be duplicated. And I think that's fine. Yeah, like we don't want to over-engineer it. We need to make it work. But yeah, I like it. I like it so far. So billing tiers is something that we cache after an initial fetch, and I think we do want to store it. I think we do want to store it in local storage, but we don't have an endpoint for all that stuff, and I think we need one. So let me close all of those, right? We'll open back up the billing file. And let me fix my posture. Make sure I'm centered in the screen. And I like that it's not so bright, so my shirt's not all blown out. It's crazy how much like blue there is in general. Like when I do the shadow's so blue. Dabba dee dabba die. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know, whatever. Anyone else here upset at that one pop artist that basically like stole the I'm blue, blah 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 blah, gonna have the best fucking night of my life, or whatever song that is? Dude, I fucking hate that song so much. Ugh. Like, who even does that bullshit? Like, what artist is that so I can just hate them a little too much? The I'm Blue comes from that Eiffel 65 song, the Dabba Dee Dabba Die, right? That's like the original, but there's some new pop artist that has that lyric like, I'm blue, and then she says some like other words, and then fills it out with like, I'm gonna have the best fucking night of my life. Like it's taking the Eiffel 65 song and turning it into just some vapid party song. Anyone remember or anyone know? I'm gonna be so happy if not a single person here knows, actually. God, that's how I know I found the right audience. Ah, yeah. Biba Rexa? That's a person? That's a name? I thought you were just making shit up. Biba Rexa? Yeah. She looks as shallow as I thought. Bebe. Bebe Rexa. God, what a terrible fucking song. It's got to be one of these like recent ones, right? Here you go. A remix of Eiffel 65 song I'm Good by David Guetta. Of course. What an asshole. Like, has he ever been good? What else did he do? He did that one song like wop, 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 right? Shit, I'm forgetting the name of it. Wop 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 wop. Right? You know what I'm talking about. Oh no, that was Darude Sandstorm. Sorry. David Guetta, Darude, same thing. Okay, so never mind. Yeah, he's probably always been terrible. It's kind of catchy, not gonna lie. It's just not my kind of music. Honestly, like the Eiffel 65 song isn't really my kind of music either. So honestly, whatever. Do whatever you want. I'm just trying to be the old man here. Get off my lawn style, you know? Just in random music videos in the 2000s? Well, I mean, he's a producer. If he was in the background of one of those music videos, he probably helped produce the song. Like, he's basically from the same time period as, and another one. Like that guy, right? Like, fairly talentless individuals, but they made some beats that other people made music popular off of. DJ Khaled. Yeah, yeah. I think he's terrible as well. He'd just be in the video. Yeah, that sounds about right. I much prefer a Max Martin, right? The dude who like wrote the majority of the pop songs that we know and love from like the 2000s. Like he wrote a bunch of Britney Spears stuff. He wrote a bunch of like Backstreet Boys stuff. Technically, I don't love that shit either, but right, Max Martin wrote like so many of the lyrics to crazy ass songs, like to crazy popular songs, but he's just some dude from like Scandinavia. Swedish. Right? That's the way it is. It's going to be me. I want it that way. Baby one more time. Like, dude, this dude wrote so many pop songs. It's insane. So yeah, more power to him. Right? He's done stuff for Taylor Swift, Christina Aguilera, Ariana Grande, Coldplay. Like, oh my god, dude. There was a good 15-year period where if there was a pop song that got majorly popular, there's a pretty good chance he was involved. Which I'm not a fan of, but the fact that like someone could do that is kind of cool. Like I'm a fan of the process, not the product. All right, so yeah. What we need to do is we need to establish a backend endpoint that basically responds with everything here in entitlements. Where do we put it though? Like, what controller would that even live on? Do we have to create a whole separate, like, new controller for it? How do you all structure this, right? When you have like a thing that your backend controls, but it's not anything that anyone can update, it's just like purely readable data. What do you classify that as within your REST API? Is it like meta, right? Would we have a meta controller? A utils controller? You have a set of internal functions, but like how do you expose that out to the front end, right? So for your like billing entitlements, how do you notify the user that they're over their limit or at their limit of something? And what endpoint do you use to fetch those limits? Is it just like a billing controller? It's like as far as our REST API, it would just be like, API URL slash billing slash entitlements, and that would be like the get endpoint. We almost maybe want to like group it together with the other billing stuff we're gonna do. So it might be like billing slash entitlements is an endpoint, but then there's also billing slash subscription, which would be a post, or maybe even a get, right? Let the user fetch their own subscription. I don't know if we need the get, but yeah, like a post to update the subscription. We need to like think about how Stripe does some of that. So maybe some of our Stripe callbacks end up being inside of the billing controller as well. Yeah, I think billing controller makes sense. We'll create a billing JSON file as well. Yeah, let me drag that back over. Let me look at any of these other JSON endpoints just to grab the keywords and some of the other BS. JSON was capitalized. Perfect. Would have missed that. We're not going to have any of this data BS. Let me get more music going, though. Nope. Yeah, we're just going to spit out entitlements directly. All right, tags, billing, list entitlements. Utils.billing. All right, so then here, what we want to do is we basically just grab this bit. Oh, no, not that bit. Yeah, we definitely need to get our permissions block. Where do we have that? Yeah, here we go. Def action. Right, your role to get like the entitlements list is none. For subscribing and some other stuff, yeah, that's a separate thing. We need to bring in permissions. Yep. And yeah, how is everyone's Monday? Like, what are y'all up to? Some people chimed in earlier today, and yep, totally works. But who has not chimed in with what they're doing this week? Anything fun? Directed acyclic graph model for your data pipeline, right? Just making sure I understand what DAG means. It's like a normal model, but a bit more DAG. Sorry, that's a quote from the show Blandings. I would totally understand if nobody here has ever seen that show. If you watch enough of the Griffing and Chill channel, you've actually probably seen that show. So yeah. So I'm curious, like, why you need to do that, Krasner? When you say data pipeline, you mean that for like an ETL or ELT kind of thing? Or am I misunderstanding the context? So, Stack Overchill, you're preparing a boring school assignment to present for a whole hour tomorrow morning. And it's 23 p.m. where you're at? How interesting, Stack Overchill. Are you in, like, very, very eastern Canada? I feel like you've told me before and I forgot. So I'm sorry for forgetting. Are you in Brazil, actually? Okay, you are from Brazil. Okay. Yeah. No, I understood the 23 p.m. I knew that was 11 p.m., but, like, I was trying to remember what is 4 hours separate from where I'm at. And it's either, like, super eastern Canada or, yes, Brazil. So that makes sense. That makes sense. Gotcha. Yeah, I know you've told me before, so I'm sorry if I forgot. So you use it to build the current state and replay past state for new users for your triggers. Your broader system is a Zapier-like system, and you can't endlessly pull stuff So you have it like this, but it's finally time to formalize it after having it messy for months. Sure. Right? Like, you're very much doing like the MVP thing of like, get it launched, figure it out. Are we solving the right problem? Oh, it's fine, Sack Overchill. Like, I should have remembered that. Like, nah, man, I get it. One of the things I pride myself on is remembering stuff like that. So I'm sorry I forgot. If I'm not sorry to you because you don't care, I'm sorry to myself because I forgot. But yeah, so when price changes of an asset, you need a nice way to fire off all the changes across all the related effects that consume price. Okay. So I feel like that's different from polling. Polling is like something you do on a recurring basis. Couldn't you just fetch that stuff as you need it? But then I guess you need to like invalidate caching because you want to cache things to make it more performant, right? I'm just curious like what the cost of fetching that would have been versus just like caching it. Yeah, so you're explicitly not polling. You do precisely want to fetch it, right? Sure. So polling is inherently a pull thing. What you're talking about is you want to switch it around to make it a push thing, right? So when changes happen, you push them out to the places that care. Is that a good way of like summarizing the reason to do it? I still wonder like, yeah, hold on. Here we go. One data set, you have 450,000 tokens in scope, so it's way too many to be hitting on a regular basis. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'm misunderstanding. What are tokens in scope in this context? Is that users? Like, to me, like, the requests per second to any endpoint that would need that stuff would be more important than... Okay. Tokens that have an on-chain price. Oh, so you're basically talking about, like NFTs, but maybe not necessarily? More like, is it like an asset marketplace built upon some blockchain stuff? Is that it? Yeah, do you mind saying like what the product is? And if that doxes you too much, I get it. Like, no worries if not. I would guess it's more than just like an NFT marketplace, right? And maybe it's more towards like smart contracts and actually like licensable assets. Like a naive use case would be like shit, I'm forgetting the name. That one like photo website where people post stuff, but theoretically you could turn it into a marketplace where people post photos, and when their thing gets used, there's some like smart contract that pays them. Maybe not related, but I don't know. That's kind of where my mind went thinking about the abstraction. God, what is that one website? Oh my God. Why am I spacing the name of it? I think it starts with up. Nope. Unsplash. That's it. So theoretically, if I just wanted to like use one of these, I could just use it, but then like the smart contract would get them paid. The constraints of limit orders. Oh, so now, yeah, you're way above my head. When I think of limit orders, you're talking about like stock market type shit? So, like, it's an exchange rather than a marketplace, which is maybe semantics, but okay, I think I get it. All right. You trying to fill in that void that the dude that went to jail's company was trying to fill? Are you trying to go to jail too? Right? SBF's company? You trying to be the next SBF? There you go. Okay. Way better. That sounds about right. That sounds way better. All right. There you go. That sounds way better. Am I right in thinking that it's like an adjacent like business though? Or just not even related, but just using blockchain, so some of the terminology is overlapping? It's like the system an exchange would use. Okay. But maybe you have like a focused niche or something. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, without like doxing yourself. I totally get that. All right. So, back to building what we're building. And man, I'm loving it. Washington is still in like chilly mode. I feel like last year we were already sweating at this time of year. And it's still like nice and chilly up there. I might have to grab a hoodie. Oh, I got a hoodie right nearby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me grab this hoodie right behind me. And yeah, who here is stoked that you can like read my code font way easier than you have in the past? I know there's got to be at least one or two people out there that have commented on why is my text fuzzy. So, no more fuzzy text. Just a fuzzy mustache and a fuzzy beanie. Oh, they're still smooth. Our font still flows. Stream Parrot's easier to read? That shouldn't have had any effect. Yeah, Stream Parrot wouldn't have changed at all. That's just a placebo. Unless it's the theme, right? Maybe you didn't see the theme that we changed to. But yeah, the resolution of stream didn't change whatsoever. It's just the capture device that I'm going through. That got better. When summer reaches me, the summer accessory this year are those personal fans that you place around your neck. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. See, I just bought some ridiculous, terrible, like button-up, like thin shirts. No, I did not purchase a new AC yet. Hold on. Hold on. This is just way too much fun. BRB. I did the Alibaba thing, and I got some terrible, terrible, like summer shirts, basically. But they're super thin. So yeah, here's one. Right, so it's like the hoodies I got, but like thinner, you know. So it's just like nice collared summer shirt. This is actually the material I like way more. Yeah, exactly. So I got some of these just awful, awful, gaudy, terrible. I'd probably never wear them outside the house, kind of like button ups. And this is the AC I'll be using when the weather heats up. I've got like 5 of these. Samton. I think Flutter and Dart are fine, but if you really truly want to do cross-platform stuff, you're probably including web in that, and Flutter's web output sucks. I don't know if Theo still has videos about it, but he also has videos about how there's like some major bugs in almost every single Dart app that's ever been made. And not Dart, but Flutter app that's ever been made. It has to do with scrolling or something. I don't remember the exact thing, but he claims to know one very specific way of identifying very quickly if something was made with Flutter or not. And it's usually like the same exact like bug in all these things. So, I don't know. At the end of the day, just build stuff and be productive, and who cares? If you want to learn a language and a framework that will help prepare you for other things, React Native is probably the way to go. Because learning React, even if it's React Native, learning React Native will make you a better React developer. And learning React will make you more prepared to build things outside of mobile. Totally up to you. Like, I don't have a dog in the race. It just does seem to me like Flutter is not a choice I would make for most things at this point. I mean, Samson, it sounds like you have a gap you want to fill because you need to be a better web dev anyway. Yeah, so that's already making your decision for you. You should probably learn to, if you're a web developer, you should probably learn proper JavaScript and front-end dev anyway. That's fine. That doesn't matter. That's not an excuse. I think at this point, your path is clear. I'm curious why you were taking so long to figure it out. That's fine. I get it. Nothing will save you from that other than just, keep it moving. I think you got this. What I would recommend is there are tools that you should look into. Free Code Camp is really good. The Odin project is also really good. If it has truly been 5 years, how are you on your CSS? Like Flex and Grid? So Flexbox Froggy might be something to practice on. Right? CSS Grid Garden is another. Okay, so you did the Flexbox and Grid stuff. Okay, perfect. Yeah. I'd say just do it. Learn the React stuff, man. If you're a web dev, you probably don't know Dart. Why would you want to learn a whole new language rather than just brush up on the one that you're fuzzy on? But here's the biggest thing. Whether you pick Dart or React Native, right? Flutter or React Native, you shouldn't have to worry too much about switching from one to the other, right? Learning a new language should be easy. If learning a new language is tough for you, you need to learn more languages and practice learning a new language because it should be really simple because the logic doesn't change, just the syntax. Learning a new syntax should not be some major barrier that makes you feel bad about things or makes you question whether you're doing it right or whatever, right? It's just syntax. We've got tooling to figure that shit out. The only thing stopping you is you. So, do it. Learn Flutter. Learn React Native. Learn native Objective-C or Swift or Kotlin or Java. Like, the syntax shouldn't be a deal breaker, shouldn't be a big deal. Your ability to be employed in this industry is not what you know, it's what you can figure out. And that is clippable. How do we feel about it? Fuck it. Whatever. I'd say that was a good enough tweet, etc. All right. So yeah. Theo had a tweet. I had to respond to it, right? He's been having wrist issues for months, multiple doctor appointments later, still no answers, blah, 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 blah. Finally asked AI. He has a diagnosis that actually makes sense, blah, blah, blah. Right? It's not carpal tunnel. Currently, pretty confident it's something. It's his left wrist, initially caused by skate injuries, aggravated regularly by flexing his left thumb to the corner of his Mac keyboard to hit modifier keys. My guess is when he's flexing that thumb, he's like micro adjusting at the wrist level rather than micro adjusting at the elbow and shoulder level. This is a thing that I push back on when I hear it's most likely laptop keyboard. He just got a new keyboard as well. That's definitely part of it. Take it easy, Samson. But the main gist is I see so many streamers with keyboard cams do this. They're typing, and they adjust from the wrist just to like get to those extra keys, you know, like thumb to something, back finger to like the backspace key. Like adjusting from your wrist is your problem. Those kinds of things should be done at the elbow and wrist level. And your wrist should maintain neutral position at pretty much all times. Yeah, never twist the wrist. Exactly. Right? Twisting, bending. Like if you're typing and your hand has that position, you're fucking up. If you have that position, you're fucking up. It needs to be fully neutral. Right? Your wrist position should also be neutral this way, which tends to be a bit of a tent, right? So tenting versus flat. If you maintain neutral wrist position at almost all times when you're typing, even though maybe you have to leave home row to reach that backspace key, that's fine. You know, that's totally fine. Your elbow and shoulder can sustain movements like that over and over again. Your wrist cannot. No couch programming, so Theo's going to push back majorly on that one. Yeah, I just want to point this out. If you find yourself micro-adjusting from the wrist, you're fucking up. That is a repetitive stress that your wrist isn't made for at all. I am a terrible typist, but I move from my elbow and shoulder most of the time because I will, right? Like, look at this typist clip. Right? Watch my hands in that. I do the reach over to hit that T because I'm a terrible typist. But it doesn't matter because I'm not micro adjusting from the wrist. So I basically never had a problem with my wrists other than when I'm gaming and using a mouse at probably bad wrist postures for too long. The only thing that has actually messed with my wrist in any way is gaming, not coding. Because I don't type that well, and honestly, typing isn't my bottleneck. So, like, yeah, typing speed doesn't matter that much. You'll have people like the Primogen preaching stuff like Dvorak and Colmac and blah, blah, blah. Like, no. Just practice good posture. Practice good wrist posture, and you'll never have wrist problems again. If you watch Prime's overhead cam when he shows the keyboard, that dude micro adjusts like crazy. Calisthenics help, but they're not the solve because repetitive stress is repetitive stress. I doubt it they're Stack Overchill. Even with all the keyboards and magic and stuff that Prime has, you totally see Prime doing like the massaging his wrist day to day, right? Like, ugh. You'll see him do that. You will absolutely see him do that. You know why he's doing that? Because he's actually focusing more on typing speed and staying in the home row and then micro adjusting from the wrist. You don't need that if you're good. Oh, I pop my knuckles. Yeah. Oh, I'm addicted to popping my knuckles. Absolutely. That doesn't do anything bad for you. It's just releasing air. I do have one knuckle I can't pop because I messed it up snowboarding or something at one point. So I can't pop this middle knuckle right there. I can do like the big one, but I can't do that one. Like I jammed it in a way that it just doesn't pop anymore. But I can pop like all my knuckles. Like popping a knuckle is not a problem. You can pop all the knuckles you want. It will not cause any kind of arthritis in any way whatsoever. Bad posture is what does that. But yes, in general, neutral wrist position while you type. If you pay attention to it, maybe don't pay attention, but just record yourself. If you do have wrist issues while typing, no matter what you do, an overhead camera will tell you way more about your own personal observations. And yes, Alt F4 Stream, Primogen, like all these guys, micro adjust from the wrist. Don't do it. Just don't do it. Hey, what's up, Zerk? How you doing? Samton, that is based upon where you live more than anything. Where do you live? What are they hiring for? That should make all your decisions for you. Because a lot of companies are requiring you to go back into the office. So look at job postings in your area. What are they hiring for? I know, right? Now that you're thinking about it, you'll never be able to unthink about it. But I just want to point out, like, if you simply do, like, Samson, PHP is totally fine, dude. There's nothing wrong with PHP. The internet has led you astray. No. If PHP's it, you can do massive work with PHP, developing Laravel or whatever applications. If that's the big thing in your area, Samton, that, like, you'd be fucking up to not learn it. If you're letting the internet tell you that a language is bad, you're already fucking up. Zerk, again, you might see stuff where you're at. What we're trying to tell people is they live where they live. They can't change that unless they want to move. PHP is not bad. I'm sorry, I do not like that rhetoric. Modern PHP is just fine. If you have to work with old PHP, yes, that's bad. Modern PHP is just fine. Are there a few warts still? Yeah, every language has warts. There's no such thing as a perfect language. But yeah, PHP is bad is a rhetoric I do not like here on stream. Because money is good? Well, it depends on what you're doing. Money is kind of shit if you're just doing WordPress sites. But the language has nothing to do with that. But yeah, Samton. If it's PHP in your area, learn PHP. Get good at it. And then once you've gotten good at building backends with PHP, you should be good at building backends with anything. WordPress sites is where you left 5 years ago. That's fine. If you're just trying to get a job first and then worry about getting a better job. WordPress is fine. Yes, you'll have to deal with some shit clients. You'll have to deal with some bullshit. At the end of the day, be productive. Yeah. Samton, again, you're using terminology I don't like. I corrected Sir Elfman just now about it. I'm going to correct you as well. WordPress is just fine. You can do really good WordPress dev. There's nothing wrong with WordPress as well, besides Matt Mullenweg. WordPress is just fine. You can build a WordPress CMS and consume it into your static site using Astro or whatever. Next.js, who cares? And then you have something your clients are familiar with and are able to use on the WordPress side of things, but you aren't letting their plugins and BS harm the page that renders that content. And if you're actually really good at WordPress, you can lock down what they can actually install and uninstall via plugins, right? You can write your own custom plugins. You can do all that stuff if you're good, right? And that's where good PHP and good WordPress devs separate themselves from the people that aren't worth the money you pay them. Be one of the devs that's worth paying to do WordPress and worth paying to do PHP. If you can do that, yeah, you got a solid career ahead of you. If you know PHP, learn Laravel. If you haven't done any Laravel, well, yeah, you're fucking up. If you already know PHP, learn Laravel, dude. Right? Don't concentrate on learning an entirely new language when you have experience that you can leverage. Become employable first, and then shoot for the stars. It's so much easier to get a job when you already have a job. And it's so much easier to get a job when you don't already have a job, when you use the technology that is available in your area, that is sought after and requested in your area, that has jobs available in your area. But yeah, what's up, Nikki? Mr. Sir, how you doing? So, hold on. Have you been streaming on Twitch at all? I know you've been doing some other stuff. I'm going to shout you out just because we haven't seen you in ages, and yeah. I'm a little bummed I didn't get to see you when I went to GitHub Universe, but, you know, I understand. It's when that one company, Open Sauce, was maybe, like, wrapping up. So it was like a tumultuous time. But I did get to see Becca. I got to see B. Dougie. Like, you know, got to chat with a bunch of those people. You're just busy with work. No, I totally get it. Yeah. But you landed at a new gig recently. I forget what that is. Feel free to shout that out. Streaming in the mornings, 9:30 to 11:30. All right. Yeah, I think that works. As long as you're, like, consistent with it, 2 hours can work. I think 1 hour streams are doomed because Twitch's notifications suck. But 2 hour streams, I think 3, you'd be in the sweet spot. Pomerium. That's right. As a developer advocate, what does Pomerium do? Feel like it's probably something AI related, right? Oh, no. It's like a zero trust auth kind of thing. An identity aware proxy based on zero trust security. Very cool. Okay. So that is different than I was expecting. Nifty. I've definitely seen a bunch of, like, the stuff that you've published recently. I haven't watched the content, but I've seen, like, your, like, the announcements, right? LinkedIn, etc. I think, has Zayu started yet? I remember hearing something about that. Yeah, exactly. All right. I hoped I wasn't doxing something. No. Yeah, she totally told me about that when she was out here for the ATProto thing. Yeah, exactly. Getting the band back together. So yeah, no, it seems really cool. Are they still hiring? I'm just looking for other people. I'm happy where I am. But yeah, Go or C++ for back-end stuff, all right? Senior people out there. For you. But yeah, super cool, man. Yep. So yeah, dev is mostly in Go. Yeah, we're actually hiring like a senior back-end person as well. We want them to be like more cloud focused. But yes, we're also looking for a Go focused cloud engineer at GitKraken. But yeah, man, dude. Yeah, I don't think we've ever met in person. We're going to have to figure that out at some point, for sure. Any big conferences you're heading to? How's the Kraken? Oh, GitKraken's great. Yeah, for sure. I like the work. I'm currently on the product marketing team. I'm like the CLI subject matter expert, and we have a CLI tool. So yeah, like that's been my focus for the past month or two. I do need to hammer out some video content here soon. Like, yeah, I'm slacking on that part. There's a bunch of OKRs that I'm missing at the moment that we can solve. A couple weeks late's better than never, right? MCP Dev Summit. Ooh, wait, where is MCP Dev Summit? I'm guessing it's in California, right? Yep, San Fran. Okay. Oh, Bob, was it fixed? Okay, maybe. I know Theo still points out that, like, there's enough apps that haven't fixed it. All right, so this one in June as well. Yeah, this one seems cool. Um, yeah, if I'd known about it way ahead of time, I definitely would have tried to propose a talk, maybe. But yeah, this one's also San Fran, June 3rd to 5th, AI Engineer World's Fair. So you guys are like really heavy in the AI stuff. I'm guessing, right? At GitKraken, we haven't officially launched it, but we have an MCP server for like Git stuff that yeah, I need to start like proposing talks about and some of that. But yeah, it's very cool. So yeah, y'all are more about the securing like the permissions aspect, right? But it's like such an overlap with that community that you're heavily incentivized to go to those conferences, right? Like, are you giving a talk or are you just going? Because that's something that we don't do at GitKraken yet, where they just like pay for me to go to a conference just to hang out and chat with people. I think that's something that we should start considering eventually because it's cheaper than paying for a booth, but there's definitely some value from it. Like, GitKraken's still very much a startup, so we got to be like budget conscious. Currently, I can only get reimbursed for talks or like for like, hotel and flight and food for a talk I give at a conference that is related to GitKraken. If it's not related to GitKraken, that's out of my own pocket. Post MCP at their virtual talks the week after. Oh. Ah, but you have a booth. Okay. In general, at most of them, you've been giving talks. I get it. Mastra.ai. Wait, what is that? All right. Sorry. One second. So, the TypeScript agent framework. I've never heard of this. Ooh, and Bob, yeah, so you guys might have some Flutter stuff that could be vulnerable to that bug, but hopefully has been fixed. That makes sense. From the team that brought you Gatsby, I'm not sure that's the flex they think it is. It's a nice website, though. Yeah, I like the website. MCP registry. Registry? So wait, is this a registry of registries? It is. Alright, I'm sharing this with work real quick. This is awesome. Yeah. No, this is good, Nikki. Thank you so much for sharing this. Uh, hold on. How do I phrase this for work? So what is this? Mastra.ai? MCP registry. That is genius. Meme potential with that registry. Abso-fucking-lutely. Oh my god, dude. Oh, that's amazing. Damn, there's so many of them. What? There's so many. Wow, dude. Okay. Thank you so much for sharing Mastra, because I found this and I think the entire company needs to know about this, and that's just hilarious. I thought this was a typo at first. But no, that's awesome. Okay. All right. So we're missing that. Interesting. All right. Yeah, no, Master seems cool. Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Nikki. Mr. Sir. Dude, and I saw the photo you posted from like back in your, what was it, like high school wrestling days? You were a fucking brick shithouse, dude. Like, holy shit, dude. You were a wall named Nikki T. That was university? Okay. I was going to say, if that was high school, oh my god. Like, whoa, god, dude. All right. That was university. That explains a little more. Like, I knew people in high school that, like, yeah, had, like, super thick glasses, could grow a full beard, like, all that stuff. I thought you were one of those guys, basically. Like, not the thick glasses, but you know what I mean. Like 40 going on 17. Yeah, exactly. Like, damn. But yeah, dude, you were a brick shit. I was like, I don't know how to phrase that any better. Like, when I say that phrase, it conjures a very specific thing. All right. Let's check it out. Okay, there you go. Okay. Dude, brick shithouse. Like, yeah. Accurate, accurate. Yeah. No, I get it. So wait, you also, so this was you in university? For some reason, that doesn't line up with this person. So did you start out in rugby and then you pivoted to wrestling or something? I don't know why. Like, yeah, there's something about this that just, I don't know. So you were a rugby player mainly and then wrestling in the off season. Okay. Was this like your freshman year and then that other one was like sophomore or something? Or maybe even like junior or senior? I don't know why. This seems like a freshman year photo to me. I could be wrong, you know. I'm wrong all the time. Okay, so a couple years difference between the two. Yeah, exactly. Sack over chill. Yeah, that shit would suck. Like, oh man. And that's how I broke both my collarbones at the same time. Have you ever dislocated your entire spine? All right, so let's keep building out some back end stuff here. Just your. Oh, wait. So you dislocated your L5. Ooh. L5 is lumbar, right? So, like lower back? Was that like while playing? Or was that just like later in life? And L5, that's like top of the lumbar region, right? After a match. Oof. Oof. Brutal, dude. Yeah, I will take a shoulder dislocation and broken collarbones any day of the week. We're doing some Elixir on the back end for sure. What we're currently trying to build out is some of our billing stuff. So right now we've got a bunch of red here because we're not fetching the billing tiers from the back end yet. We will. We need to expose like a type for that as well, which we'll do. And the main gist is we want to be able to like tell a user if they're in, and hold on, let me see about this. I feel like we should be good. Yeah. So right here in keywords, if they're at their limit for keywords, we want to block out this button and give like a helpful tooltip of, oh, would you like to create more keywords? Well, at your current billing tier, you can't, but, you know, bump up your subscription to do more or something, right? Like, that was way too many words, but you know what I'm saying. So in our UI, we want to be able to report to users that the action they're trying to take can't be done because their current billing tier isn't high enough. That's just like the bare minimum. And similarly, when adding a notification, right now, notification type is just email and SMS. SMS will be gated based upon billing tier. So we don't show that, and we show other stuff at some point, you know? We're still building out a bunch of like the infrastructure about how the app works for what the user pays for. We haven't built out the actual billing yet, which we need to do soon. But I didn't want to work on like the pricing page today because that stuff's so boring. No, the front end's just a React app. I don't do any template rendering with Elixir and Phoenix, like whatsoever. I don't believe in that. I think it's a major foot gun. I don't want my backend server rendering templates whatsoever. Besides, like, the JSON output. You can consider JSON output a template, but I think making your backend server render templates is an anti-pattern. For applications. For marketing sites, sure, but could it just be static? So then you don't need a backend other than like the random lambdas. I'm just not sold on what Vercel's trying to sell us, right? Netlify either. Where like your entire application needs to be server-side rendered. No, dude. I disagree. I fundamentally disagree. There are some applications that need server-side rendering. But they're a maximum of 5% of the apps that are ever developed, you know? E-commerce. Marketplaces like Craigslist. Sure. Server-side rendering for those things. Absolutely. But the majority of what people build doesn't need server-side rendering. And I'm sorry, like, I won't buy what they're selling. If you're behind a login gate, you don't need server-side rendering whatsoever. You can do other stuff like optimistic fetching of resources, right? I mouse over a link, start fetching that shit. Sure. Before I even click it. Absolutely. I agree with that. Right? Per route bundling accomplishes pretty much everything you need for dashboard, like, login gated applications. And you don't need Next.js for that. And yes, I've seen Colin Hax's post about like when he launched TRPC, etc., right? He calls them essays. It's a blog, you liar. There you go. Right? Like this. I push back entirely on the thesis of this blog post. And yes, I agree with this part. Next.js does not make SPAs easy. For sure. But why not use Next.js routing? Well, hold on. Why use Next.js at all? I completely push back on this part. Because it's awesome. Debatable. You can split your bundle with dynamic imports, which solves one of the biggest performance issues associated with large SPAs. React Router has had per route bundling for like 10 years now, dude. Well, maybe not 10, but at least 6. Since way after this post was updated. Since way after it was, I don't know when it was initially published. But per route bundling has been built into React Router when using Vite or Create React App. All of those things have had per route bundling for so damn long that no, it's not a legitimate reason to pick Next.js. Like, I push back on that 1,000%. Yeah, Webpack was already doing code splitting, right? That was the Create React App era. Create React App had code splitting based upon routes ages ago, using dynamic imports. Vite these days, absolutely, it's super fucking easy. So per route bundling is table stakes. Every single major framework is capable of that. Angular has been doing it for ages. React via React Router and some other thing has been doing it for ages. So to me, this entire section is bullshit. And I say this as a friend. I consider Colin a friend. He's here in the Seattle area. I would happily go golf with him anytime. But no, there is definitely some FUD, right? Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. I forget which one. Related to this statement. Because dynamic imports have been doable for ages. For ages. So yeah, at that point, I think the entire premise of this article doesn't make any sense. When did it stop making sense? I want to say easily 2018. But we all have blind spots, so that's fine. Tanstack start looks really good. It looks fine. To me, Tanstack start and Tanstack router in general are trying to solve the Next.js problem. And I think we all understand my point of view. It's not a problem that most of us have. So if you're reaching for those things, you're solving a problem that you don't have either. Tanstack router seems amazing, and yes, it works with Vite and Webpack and whatever, and you can do per route bundling with it. Tanstack start? I just don't think anyone should ever use it unless you specifically know you should. It's always framework wars. Every language is framework wars. If you want, I could take you down a rabbit hole in basically any language. If you want to go down the framework war style, BS arguments in Python, it's about poetry versus PyPy versus every other package manager. Like, who cares? Just get the job done. In Rust, oh my god, do you want to use Tower as the base of your like REST API, like, and the Rust framework around it, or do you want to do something that's totally ad hoc and outside of that ecosystem? You're gonna run into a war. Is Tokyo even worth it? You're gonna run into a war. Like, every language has these things because people care enough to have opinions. It's like Pet Food Guy. It's not a JavaScript problem at all. PHP. Ooh, should we just use libraries to build our thing, or should we use a framework like Laravel? Well, why should I use Laravel when Symfony has most of the components that I care about anyway? So I'll just use that. Every single language has those problems, Pet Food Guy. The fact that you're not aware of them or you're glossing over them is actually the problem. With enough context, you will be aware of the holy wars that people wage within these microcosms. And they're all bullshit. But they do have reasons for the bullshit. I just want to do iOS dev. Well, are you building with Objective-C or Swift? Obviously, everyone these days uses Swift, blah, blah, blah. Well, okay. If you get hired at a big enough company, you're going to deal with Objective-C still. Swift UI versus some other bullshit. No matter what, there's always some argument to be made. Because devs are opinionated assholes. In general. So I just want to point out, Pet Food Guy, there is always some pedantic war to wage. You can rise above it and learn both. All right, so back to what we're doing here in the back end. And I know, I rant, I rave. We're at 8 p.m. here on a Monday. Somebody's got a case of the Mondays. But real quick, I'm not ready to be done just yet. I'm going to go pour some more water. And yeah, let's keep hammering out some of this back-endy stuff. I do think we have enough of this stuff scaffolded that we can start bringing it into the front end. So we should be able to autocomplete some of these types, and some of those types should make the front end like a little easier to work with, for sure. But let me go pee. We've got a portion of this song and 2 minutes of the next song. Let me go pee. Let me go pour some more water, and I'll be right back. See you guys soon. I'm just loving how cool the weather is here in Washington right now. It's so nice. Oh, it's so nice. All right, so we've got this entitlements endpoint. Oh, man. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to create a schema from this. 67? Ooh, I don't know. Hold on. Let's double check that. $56? Yeah. Honestly, sub 60s is my favorite. 71 in Rio and you're freezing? Like, dude, I would be starting to melt at 71. We're at 56 right now. Anywhere 65 and below, I'm in my happy place. For sure. What's the low I'm okay with? I mean, so Jacob over on YouTube, like when we say low, I'm okay with, do you mean like outside, but I've still got like a heater inside if I need it? I would prefer freezing temperatures, like so it's snowing up in the mountains any day of the week. Yeah, I don't mind cold weather. I can throw on a jacket, right? If it's less than 30 degrees outside, yeah, I'll just throw on a hoodie and a jacket and whatever other layers I need to go out and about. Like I love it cold. I probably need to move to Alaska, but then I'd be in Alaska, you know? Actually, yeah, living in Alaska, I'd have to get a gun. Yeah, just for the bears. You know, like the fucking like wilderness. Yeah, you need a gun to live in Alaska. Snowing and sitting in a hot tub is amazing. Absolutely, pet food guy. Yep. Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, I wouldn't mind moving to Alaska. Like, is land cheap enough up there? It just means I'd have to like travel down to the continental US a lot further for conferences and stuff, but that's not a bad idea. Yeah, I'm sure food and gas is super expensive up there. That's a good call there, Jacob. Yeah. In Canada, it would get down to negative 40. Sir Elfman, that was like East Coast Canada, right? That's like Montreal, etc. Yeah, that shit gets super cold up there. So pet food guy, I need good internet. So that's actually the only thing stopping me from moving out to like somewhere like Alaska. I need good internet. Negative 40C is negative 40F? Wait, really? No way. I didn't know that. Huh. So, okay, Nikki T, you're in Montreal, and it gets that cold out there? Wow. Okay. If you're a snowboarder, one of the best, like, rail snowboarding videos ever made is actually titled Montreal. And it's by, like, LNP, like, Laurent Nicholas Paquin, and some other people from that area. And it's why they get so damn good at snowboarding, because it's always so cold. No, Seb Toots wasn't in it. This was like a handrail riding thing. So like, because there's always snow in Montreal, these guys get really good at riding handrails. And LNP was like possibly one of the best handrail riders in like all of snowboarding for at least a year or two. He and I rode for the same snowboard brand. I never met the dude. I was a fucking low-level rep rider, you know. But yeah, is Seb Toots actually from Montreal too? I would not have guessed that. Like, he must come from a rich fucking family. Because Montreal doesn't have, like, big jumps to hit, you know? So he has to have a family rich enough that can pay him to go, like, train at, like, places with big jumps, you know? Seb Toots must be fucking loaded before snowboarding. So maybe not Montreal, but definitely Quebec. All right. Yeah, he must come from a super loaded family at that point, which isn't rare in the snowboard industry as far as like pro snowboarders go. Hold on, let's look at it real quick. Yeah, snowboarding at age 9. Yeah, he's loaded. What year was this? 2014? God, that's so fucking long ago. See, they don't get into his history. Like, dude, he's definitely from like a super rich family. There's only way. That's the only way. Dude, I can't believe he hasn't actually like severed his tongue by sticking his tongue out like this when he shreds. Dude, there are people that have lost their entire fucking tongues because of that shit. Yeah, I don't know if we'll like click into that video. Sure, Seb2's Montreal snowboarding run. Sure. Top to bottom run from the Mount Royal downtown Montreal mountain. Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. Oh, that sounds nifty. So Mount Royal, or Royale, or whatever, right? Or Royale with cheese, is right there in, like, downtown Montreal. Really? What's crazy to me is, like, how flat of an area Montreal really is. No, that's a cool video. I'll save it for later. Yeah, it's just a quick watch. So yeah, I'll definitely watch that later. That looks good. Yeah, thanks. Sweet, I didn't realize you were Canadian. Oh shit. So there's definitely something to that pet food guy. Certain, like, nowadays, to become, like, super pro, you really do need, like, the best advantages in life. 20 plus years ago, you could just be a dude that lived in the area. So Travis Rice, I don't know if you've heard of Travis Rice. He's the son of a fucking ski patroller. He did not grow up loaded. He grew up rich enough to still live in Jackson Hole, sure. But maybe before it became like the Jackson Hole we know and love. So yes, like Travis Rice did not grow up super fucking loaded. He grew up in Jackson Hole. That's the big difference there. But as far as I know, his dad was a ski patroller, and I think his mom worked at the resort somewhere too. Maybe they were both ski patrollers. I don't remember that part. As far as I know, he did not grow up loaded. Travis Rice is one of those dudes that was just in the mountains from a very young age and became who he is because of who he is, right? Like the drive, the internal ambition, the wanting to be better than other people, like whatever, like all that bullshit. So it depends. I think it's still possible these days to be one of those people, like where you're just a snowboard bum, you're broke, and you make it. But in general, the people who have enough money to send their kids to Mount Hood during the summer, etc., those kids have a very much higher chance of making it. Having a friend who's a pro snowboarder gives you a way higher chance of making it. That's definitely how the snowboard industry works, for sure. Like one summer at Mount Hood as a teenager will massively set you up to become a pro snowboarder if you treat it for what it's worth and don't buy into the whole like celebrity camp vibes, you know? Like I've spent enough summers at Mount Hood to recognize the people that go to Mount Hood for one summer and think they are the shit. And they don't actually even try versus the kids that really fucking try. And the kids that really try when they go to Mount Hood for the summer, whether it's for a single session at a camp or whether they just go to live there and they really try, the people that get caught up in the lifestyle versus the people that put the effort in, the effort people will always win. But that's a very small microcosm. The people that can afford to go to, oh shit, like Okemo over on like the East Coast, right? Like Okemo Mountain Academy or whatever. There's not a single person that's ever gone there that was broke, that had poor parents. Doesn't exist, doesn't happen. If you've gone to Okemo, you got rich fucking parents. And yes, you can look at their alumni. As far as people that graduate from Okemo, they have maybe like a 50% rate of people that graduate from Okemo going into pro snowboarding in some shape or form. Whether they last, that's a separate thing. And maybe 50% is an exaggeration, but you're still at a way higher rate than any other kid that thinks they got a chance at going pro. It's like startups. You want to get accepted to Y Combinator? Did you graduate from Stanford? Well, hey, you're in. Graduated from somewhere else? All right, well, what are your numbers? It's kind of how that works. If you're a Stanford alumni, you are massively preferenced towards getting into Y Combinator. Right? Without any other references or anything, just pure where you came from, where you graduated. If you graduated from Stanford, you have a way higher chance of someone that didn't. If you know people, well, that's a different story. But yeah, it's from what I've heard. I don't know for sure. Is me talking about this meaning that I'll never get into Y Combinator? Fuck. Am I calling out their bullshit? Oh, no. All right. Well, that's a bummer. I have still heard that if you know alumni from Y Combinator, they can help compensate for your lack of graduating from Stanford. Yeah, no restack over, chill. Have a good night. For sure. You finished your assignment? Perfect. Yeah, get some sleep. Get good and rested. We'll see you tomorrow. For sure. Is Airbnb still the biggest market cap to come out of Y Combinator? You haven't checked in forever. Is Airbnb, like, are they a bigger market cap than Stripe? I would consider Stripe to be the most successful business to come out of Y Combinator. As far as market cap, I don't know, but as far as like what we gauge as successful, dude, Stripe is far and away the most successful thing to come out of Y Combinator, right? I don't know about market cap. I have no idea. The market cap for Airbnb could legitimately be higher, but I don't think it's a better business than what Stripe does. I think Stripe is the best business to come out of Y Combinator. Airbnb is a close contender. There you go. All right. I don't know if I trust Grok. Now, honestly, the fact that Grok continuously calls out, like, who's the most harmful person to the nation? And it calls out Elon Musk. I'm like, oh my God. Wow. All right, Grok. So you can't be bought. Doesn't matter who built you. All right, Grok. All right. Who is the most dangerous person to the nation? Elon Musk? Damn. Wow. And I know I'm paraphrasing. There's definitely like a better way of phrasing the question that gets that answer every time. But damn it. Yeah, Grok doesn't pull punches. And I like that. I love it when people, like, in the comments, like in tweets from Elon, and then they call out to Grok, hey, Grok, is this true? And it's just no fucking bullshit. Like, nope, this is totally false. He is lying to you. Don't listen to him. You forgot that Stripe came from Y Combinator. Yeah. Because they seem so institutional, right? It seems like it had to have been spun out from one of the major fucking credit card companies. Because why not, right? Stripe ate the lunch of Authorize.net and like every single other thing that was even competing, even remotely at the time, which is crazy. So yeah, like Stripe is big business, like really awesome. I'm not gonna lie, my dream for Walter is to get acquired by Stripe. By Stripe. Walter can build enough of a business that Stripe would consider acquiring, and that would be a fully acceptable exit, in my opinion. The key would be that they keep it separate, and it's just another thing in their vertical. Because they got stuff that integrates with Stripe directly. There's other companies that integrate with them directly. I think Walter's biggest selling point is the fact that it's not tied to your payment processor. So you can process payments with whatever the fuck you want. It could be Stripe. It could be Steam. It could be whatever. Yeah, no worries, Nikki T. Yeah, we're hanging out. Yeah. Giving a talk tomorrow. Need to finish things for it. No worries. I hope to see you again sometime. I still love seeing all your stuff in my LinkedIn feed. That's where I mostly see it. I see it on Twitter every once in a while. But yeah, LinkedIn is where I see all your stuff. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. If you ever want to share it with us, let me know. Anything you want to share here on stream, we can help hype your stuff up. I'm down, 100%. Just let me know. If you got a link you want to share right now, go for it. You're a mod for a reason. AI Native DevCon, that's the one. Yeah, if you find the link, let me know. I would love to chat with you on your thing about our Get Kraken MCP at some point. And throw that out there. It's still early, so maybe give us a couple weeks, maybe a month. Yeah, I think that sounds good. I'll float it to the rest of the company and see what they think, when they think they'll be ready. But yeah, so hold on. Let's grab this link. AI Native DevCon 2025. HeySummit.com. Interesting. I've never heard of that website even. What is Hey Summit? Very cool. Okay. Oh shit. Yeah, so I should be applying to stuff like this too. For sure. Damn, a lot of speakers too. Damn, could you imagine growing up with the name Nimrod? Damn, that's rough. That's fucking rough. Damn, poor guy. Oh, Nikki T. That's a photo of you I haven't seen before. I like it. Nice. Is that from a vacation in Hawaii? Is that what the necklace is? It's cool, man. It was a Netlify offsite in Hawaii? Yeah. The fact that I knew it was in Hawaii, nobody wears a shirt like that and a necklace like that outside of Hawaii. Come on, man. You wouldn't wear that around Montreal. Come on. Duh. Nobody walks around Portland like that. Well, okay, no, let me correct. There might be a hipster or two that walk around Portland like that, but they do it ironically. There might be someone here in Seattle that walks around Seattle like that, but they're doing it ironically. I mean, you could. You definitely could. But do you? All right. No, I get it. All right. I'm okay with being wrong here. Dude, you don't have to do anything, Nikki T. Mr. Sir. I just want to point that out. I am not going to judge you for a subscribe or not. But you did it anyway. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, so anyone out here in chat, I would say you should probably watch this conference tomorrow. I appreciate that. Thank you, Nikki. Mr. Sir. And we'll meet up at a conference here at some point. Absolutely. I just got to go to more of them. Shit. But yeah, we'll meet up, man. Not sure if you drink whiskey, but I'll buy you a whiskey. or your equivalent of a whiskey. But yeah. Gotta bounce later. See you again soon. And yeah, we will hang out eventually. Definitely gonna check it out. There you go, CMDL. For sure, man. Yeah, it seems very cool. I wish I'd known about it, but also I didn't even know about our MCP stuff until like a couple weeks ago. So that's on me, but also like our team didn't know either. So yeah, we got stuff I need to start applying to, especially remote conferences. Yeah. Got to do that. Yeah, we'll do that for sure. Damn, I love the fact that these times actually line up. So yeah, like European time, 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. is actually lining up directly with like the 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. That's actually super fucking smart. Damn. Nah, I don't know where to share this to work. It's fine. Whatever. But yeah, I need to start applying to remote AI conferences with small talk stuff about what we're doing at Get Kraken. Yeah. All right. Anyway, back to what we're building. Yeah, this dude, it's like he's smoking weed or something. I don't get it. So items here is actually entitlement response. Oh man, I broke everything just now. So hold on. We got that one. We got that one. If we do that one, nope. And wait, Alex, hold on. Wait, what about dandelions? Oh, weeds. Wait, did I say weeds? I do smell a neighbor doing their thing, for sure. Okay. Ooh, I love the fact that, hold on, Twitch has a clips leaderboard. I love that. I fucking love that. So, yeah, Alex, the icon that you got, you are first on our clips leaderboard. That is a nice Twitch feature. Good job, Twitch. Oh my god. Good job incentivizing people clipping stuff. Yeah. Damn. I'm not even mad. I'm impressed. Yeah, right? But also it incentivizes people to clip things, you know? And if you make a clip that kills it, that just boosts like Twitch's numbers in a major way. Like, dude, there's value to that. Like, that's huge. Good job. I'm not saying good job to you. Like, good job to you. You're the only person that clipped anything. Good job to Twitch for incentivizing that stuff. Ooh, yeah. I actually imagine Twitch doing a... Like, here's the thing. Imagine if Twitch had a YouTube channel. And they just published, like, the top clips to that YouTube channel. Just to funnel people back to Twitch. Like, it would encourage and also maybe, like, be a thing where, like, they're embracing a competitor. But, you know what? Fuck it. Why wouldn't they do that? They definitely should. If anything, they could buy and fund a channel that does that for them. And then it's not Twitch doing it, it's some other channel doing it. And yeah, hold on. Oh no, my humidifier, totally blowing it. Ah, Mr. Sir, what the hell? Hold on. What's the best way to do this? Oh no, my webcam's totally messing up. Yeah, I think it's a flaw with my humidifier. You just heard the humidifier, like, fix its thing. Like, it just messes with my webcam. I don't get it. Super weird. But let me keep fiddling with my humidifier here. Hold on. 1 second. I think we cleared it. Let me just do like a setting up of the humidifier. 1 second. BRB. I should get more music going. Give me just a second for that. Yeah, no big deal. The water on the humidifier might be a bit low. I think it's good for this model. This model might be a little out of date compared to what you're thinking of. So yeah, let me toggle the humidifier real quick, right? Let me ramp up the amps. Right, I think we fixed it.
Now, wouldn't you like to be a pepper?
All right, we fixed that humidifier. No big deal. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I have a low flow humidifier for sure. Does exactly what I need it to, but you know, other people may want more from it. So yeah, entitlement. Events, keywords. Okay, so integer, yeah, keywords. 42, 42. That actually looks good. Yeah, Jacob, you should definitely fix your humidifier. You know, if it's not fixed properly, it's just not humid enough where you're living, and that's a problem. And yeah, pet food guy. Yeah, it happens. Humidifier recommendations. Yeah. So my humidifier was made by a friend, and yes, we are being very loose with the term humidifier, but it's accurate technically. Mine was made by a friend to be a specific size to fit within a snowboard boot for travel reasons. So you literally mean an actual humidifier. I don't think you should put oils in an actual humidifier. What you're looking for is a vaporizer. But like not like the weed version, like the homeopathic like hippie version. In my opinion, if it's oils that you're like trying to activate or some bullshit, I don't know what the term is. I'm just not that hippie. I have no idea. Yeah, I have no clue. Sorry. Diffuser, maybe diffuser or a sonic humidifier. Oh my god, that's a thing. A sonic humidifier. Those are words. I understand them. I don't know what they mean together. But yeah, let's keep hacking at some stuff. I know. Have we gone off the rails? It's 9 p.m. Yeah, I should probably finish up soon, but let's knock this out. Like, come on, man. Why is it complaining about this? Oh, am I missing a comma? Comma, chameleon? Dude, what line are they saying? Come on. So we're expecting a bracket somewhere. Fucking brackets, man. Oh, was that it? Just one missing bracket? Oh my god. And yeah, no, so we need to bring that in. Wait, really? All right, so there is something I am missing from the boilerplate at the top, I think. We need to alias OpenAPI specs schema, and we need to use controller specs. Am I missing that on that endpoint? No, we got that part. We got the alias. I know. It's fine. Like, that's how a lot of syntax works. One bracket? Are you kidding me? But yeah, like, the computer doesn't know. The computer does exactly what you tell it. Right? It's a finite state machine. It's just water and whiskey. Yeah, so it's like clear and gross. Like, hold on. Can I position it better? There you go. Depending on how hydrated you are, maybe. It's also a green glass. So that alters things a bit. But yeah, it doesn't look good. You're right. I don't need the calories. I think we're fine. No, we got to figure out why this file is actually complaining at this point. I don't understand why, actually. What I'm wondering is maybe... No, like, open it... That's a compile issue. No, it's a compile issue. So some of the stuff, right, like... I feel like in Elixir, all the macros run like at a pre-compile time before Elixir is turned into Erlang, which means that they don't refresh when you're making changes because that's like a different mechanism or something. I don't know. Like, no, it has to recompile. I don't know why some of this stuff doesn't get picked up until I do like a full fucking recompile. All right, so now we got, all right. So you saw how the server was running still, even though we had pushed something that was not a valid compile. So like compile time and runtime are very much separate in Elixir because it's a compile to Erlang language, isn't it? I don't think it is. It's a compile to Beam language, I think, which is even trickier. Gleam, I think, is a compile to Erlang language, right? So that part's a little interesting. Dude, if Gleam could just solve like an interop with Elixir problem in a performant way, dude, they could bring in the entire community for just a better syntax. Or maybe not better, a different syntax. I don't know what the Gleam dude's doing, but that should be his #1 priority. Don't completely bifurcate. Embrace. Bring every single fucking Elixir dev into your thing. Handle that compile properly. And it's just another legacy language that you can, like, wrap. Like, I don't know. Yeah. I'm really curious about, like, the Gleam dude's future thoughts towards, like, maintainability. If he had a 1-to-1 interop with Elixir, he wins. But that's probably like the hardest problem to solve. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure. I like the Ruby-like syntax. I just wish I had stronger types at dev time. We do get this as a warning. It's just so weird to me because, like, why is that not exposed? But maybe this... Like, hold on. It's a require here in the module. Oh, am I not doing cast and validate? No, we are. Let me get more music. Yeah, this might be a problem we come back to tomorrow. I'm sure it's just something so simple I'm missing. About, like, why we're not seeing this. It is 9 p.m. You know, we're going late. What are we not seeing? Missing that import for sure. For sure. Dude, if that solves it, okay. I was going to be super bummed because that is not an error that even seems related, you know? All right, so we got... I'm just looking at the alias section there. What we got's fine. Oh, it's... Hold on. Message web schemas. We might need that. I don't think we do. Yeah, empty response. No, we're not doing that here. Yep. I mean... Oh. Yeah. All right, so let's look at this. We got the operation. We got the one method. We got our action handler. And... Oh. The action handler doesn't seem to be ended right. Oh, no, I see it. No, it's just for the options. All right. Yeah, action handler looks fine. So then it's just for the module. Right, we see the operations. Sure. And then require. Okay, so same error still. So building controller 45 is where we're failing. And this is it. All right, so that lines up. Compilation error. Okay. No, that doesn't even seem wrong. Oh. No, that should be right. Oh, hold on. I need to look at a response that's actually doing like a reference. Keyword. I think that's it. Nah, properties. Hold on, there's like a value thing I'm missing. No, value is just the prop name. Never mind. I think here's the thing. If we're doing a list response, we need to reference the single item by its full name. I think that might be a big part. Array items. Oh, I've got it twice. Oh, God, was that it? No, no, that wasn't the issue. should have been the issue. But yeah, so this one, right? Open API specs. The description's way off. But yeah, no, this feels right to me. Wait, what did I change here? Yeah, no, we didn't change anything. All right, so back to it. So we see it in that response, but we don't see it in this one. Is it because I don't have the... Was that really it? No. All right, so Mesijo Web Billing Controller. Are we doing the same thing here? I gotta compare. Like, no, we don't give it the scope on these. Oh. That one we do. This one we don't. We have that alias, though. Sorry, I saw a message, social media. I'm thinking of like a cheeky reply. Yeah. Uh, Expected. Got entitlements. Hold on, that's it. No? Shit, really? No, properties is just a struct. Never mind. Oh my god. Like, what if it's not working because I haven't wired it up to the router yet? Now, here's the thing. If we just comment that and comment... Oh, come on. That. Oh. Right? We compile just fine. So... All right, so it's entirely with how we do this response. I want to see what they say here. Yeah, so... Still the same line. Let's try adding it to the router. Like, I don't know. Like, what if that just solves it? That'd be so crazy. All right, so the endpoint we just made. It's billing, it's entitlements. Hold on, so we do the URL first. Yeah, and we just do that. Oh, it should be maybe even like a... Instead of like a none permissions, it should be like a read permissions. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Hold on. Let's just hide all this. Who cares? Whatever. Um, yeah, so we have it nested. We want to do it for, like, honestly, all billing entitlements. No, this is a none. No, it's a none. So it doesn't even matter. Yeah, that should be at the highest level in the router. Yeah, we don't care about the org. We don't care about anything. Yeah, no, it's a none because this is just like, this is constants type stuff. Yeah. All right. All right. So we can launch the server that way. Sure. We don't get types because of the issue we were having. So we need to leave at least a to do. It's something we can definitely we can do when it's needed for sure. But all right, this is all just hard coded BS. Like it doesn't matter. We do need to fetch that on the front end. And where do we want to put that? Right, like I don't care if we have the types. We can still make a request for it. This part, ooh, yeah, we're gonna leave that for now. But we do need, I'm gonna say, does it sit on the org? No, it's an org level concern for sure. Well, maybe we create another service that's just meta. We call it the meta service. Right, so it's API slash billing slash tiers, right? I think that's what we had set in the router. Billing slash entitlements. That's the main thing. Yeah. And no. Yeah, so right, so billing slash entitlement. Sure, we can fetch it. We get that back. We don't have a type for it though, because of the bullshit. Nope. Way off. Not even close to like the structure we actually reply with. Here we go. So entitlements is an array where events and keywords are the big things. Okay. All right, so here's the thing. It's actually like that. You never met a service you didn't like. There you go. Nailed it. That's a solid joke. I like that. All right, so we expect to get something like this in return. But hold on. No, this is an object. So I'm messing that up. It's not an array. Let me get more music going. All right, so we do something like that. And instead of string, we'll hard code this for now. All right, so billing tier there. Our record key is billing tier. And yeah, at least for now, we can start using these types this way. I think the right way is actually to pull billing tier out to a types file and then import it to here. All right, same way we're doing like OAuth provider and role. Oh, cool. The font is diabolical. I mean, in like a good cheeky way, though, right? I can't help but hear diabolical and hear it in Carl Urban's voice from The Boys, right? That might just be me being like, TV and film brand. But yeah, for sure. I can't hear it without hearing him say it. Or I can't see it. You know what I meant. Anyway, it's just a font. It's fine. You've dealt with worse, I'm sure. If you don't shape up, I'm going to switch to, hold on, what's the one from Avatar? Papyrus. Yeah, there we go. If you don't shape up, we're going to switch to Papyrus. How about that? You thought you had it so bad until it got way worse, right? So help me, I will turn this editor around and we will start using wingdings. I'm kidding. I'd never do that, but it's kind of fun to talk about. All right, so yeah, we got billing tier in there, right? Cares about billing tiers and blah blah blah. Actually, it doesn't even. It's here's our store. Ooh, this song's a bit quiet. Come on, man. All right, so all right, so sorry, I got super distracted by a thing on the left there. My bad. But yeah, I'm like totally thinking about that now. But what we really need to do is we need to, right, we're exposing the billing tiers. Billing tier or null. I think I just have to cast this. See, this is where I wish billing tiers were available at runtime. And this is where like an enum is actually quite nice because it's a runtime thing too. Oh, you know what? So hold on. Instead of returning a billing tier, what if we call this entitlements instead? Ooh, I kind of like that idea. So this is entitlements, and sure, billing tier, that's a thing, but we don't actually care about the tier other than it being an index into a map that has the actual entitlements we care about. Like, it's always going to have to be mapped like that. Yeah. So then this is only ever the thing we care about. What I'm wondering is, can we do HTTP requests from a derived atom? Hmm. And I'm mixing up a bunch of this stuff. So technically, entitlements would be... They would be all of them. And we care about this. And then there might be like a current entitlement that we have as like another subscribable. So instead, this ends up being record billing tier. Billing tier data? We don't have billing tier data set up yet. That should actually be coming from elsewhere, but we'll put it in types for now. Dude, it already knew. We do need to export. All right, so Adam, and then a record. Oh, there we go. That was it. Right, so I'm not returning the right thing from here. All right, so we'll do that as the default. And then it's maybe like current entitlement or current tier. God, what's like a thing we'd want to call this by later? And yeah, we're going way too late tonight. I want to get some gaming in. Come on. All right, so we're going to do a get here. All right, so entitlements that why would it do that? That's just weird, AI. Like, come on. That was super weird. No, I don't like anything it's auto-completing right now. But real quick. What's up, Endom? How you doing? Yeah, so what we want to do here is we want to get the current entitlements. They are simply a lookup of entitlements, and then no. So this is, oh my god, if I could type, const selected org. Right, if we don't have a selected org, then fuck it. And then we do that, but entitlement.id, no. And hold on, entitlements is... Shit, hold on. It's not an array. No, it's just a record of those things. Yeah, there we go. All right. All right, so why don't they like this? Implicitly in any type? Oh, hold on. There we go. Oh, yep. Okay, so... Get current entitlements is just that. It's not a record. It could be null. Okay. So if we just set that to 0, yeah, every user will see it. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe we should opt for every user not seeing it, and then like it's a 99 for all that stuff, and then it falls back into what your permission is. But yeah, I think we're good there. Yeah, we don't care about that. Nope. All right, so I do feel like we're at a good stopping point now, right? We have our entitlements. We have our, oh, hold on. We need to give it a $, right? Yeah, the term entitlements is new to me, but it makes a lot of sense when it comes to like billing and BS. So I get it. I don't know. I probably would have used like features before or something. I don't know. All right, these are the things that you are entitled to as a subscriber to the service, right? Is there a better word for that? I think industry settled on a long word for it that makes the most sense. So I'm okay with it. I'm just curious, like, what could we like actually call it instead? And I have no idea. Limits? Because it's not just a limit. Like, entitlements also dictates like what type of notifications you can do, etc. So limit actually dictates like a type of the value that is an entitlement or whatever, right? Like, by saying the word limit, you basically mean numbers. That excludes things that could be booleans, right? Like certain features are entitled versus others, right? Like for this service, we're not going to expose SMS at the lowest level because it's just not worth the effort or the headache, right? If you want SMS notifications, like, yeah, we can figure that out. Even for email, God, we're missing some settings for email. We need to be able to batch stuff. And how often do you want us to like batch things versus like the last message that was received? Kind of BS, right? Permissions or grants. Grants is a good word, I think. Grants versus entitlements is basically the same thing. I like that, but grants is shorter. That's smart. Permissions is tricky. Because permissions is typically like when you think of an entry in permissions, the result is just yes or no. But I like grants. Grants. That's a good word. I like that. I like that. I think I'm going to stick with entitlements just because. But future notice, yeah. And grants. Ooh. Because it's very similar to like what you do via like scopes and like grants in OAuth flows. I like that. Yeah, yeah. It's like the things you grant. Yeah, no, that's good. I really like that. For sure. You fucking nailed it. Yeah, entitlements versus grants. I wonder if that's like a marketing term. Hold on. Is that like a marketing thing? As a dev, like, you know, when you have a service, do you want to see the things that you're granted access to? Or do you want to see the things that you're fucking entitled to? At that point, it doesn't matter if the word's longer. Does it sell you better? Honestly, I really, really, absolutely 100% think that's what went into it. And that's why we didn't assume grants. Like, this is what I grant you as a dev. Use the platform, pleb. You know, like it's that's kind of what it feels like. Like, no, you're using my platform. Here's what you are entitled to. Right? There's like a marketing like chutzpah to it, you know? Like, oh my god. Yeah. For sure. There's some emphasis. Like, there's something behind, like, no, you are entitled to this. I'm not just granting you the access. You are entitled to it. Dude, I'm 100% certain the more that I talk about this, that there is a marketing bias behind one of those terms versus the other. For sure. The more I think about it out loud, I never thought about it till now. Thank you. But yeah, no, you are entitled. You're not just granted access, you are entitled to access. There's some like subtle marketing BS to that. I never even thought about it till now. All right. I get it. I appreciate your contribution. We're going to keep it as entitlements anyway, even though on the back end we could call it grants because, right? That's a tale as old as time. On the backside of things, like, you know, behind closed doors, like, yeah, they're granted access. And then out in front, like, here's what you're entitled to. I feel like most apps are actually like that anyway. So on the back end, if we called it grants, we're just setting ourselves up for success, right? You follow the patterns of the people successful before you, and you know for a fact that, yeah, they didn't mean entitlements genuinely. It's what you're granted access to do. Because that's how any software as a service works, technically. Hmm. Oh, really, Tom? I wouldn't, like, I made a video about it. I would say it's still not something you should probably do because you should just build in a thing that makes you more productive. But if you do want to build a component library that can be used anywhere, web components are it nowadays, especially with like React's latest updates. I get it. I get it. But I'm guessing that you're hinting at me. And I hope the takeaway wasn't you should totally be doing this. Okay. Right? Like, it was me. It's my fault. How dare I? Ah, shit. All right. Okay, I get it. I get it. No, like, I hoped that wasn't the vibe you got from it. I hope it's just being facetious. In any talk I give like that, I think the value is just simply recognizing what your options are and making the right choice for you. If I give a talk that doesn't have that vibe, call me out for it, please. Obenaku, duh. Now we're chilling. I believe I'm holding my own. We're doing our thing. That's fine. Being a fan of a framework, like, dude, the framework doesn't care about you. You know, enjoy using a tool, but don't make it a personality trait. Come on. But yes, we're going way later than we normally go here on stream, but we're actually making progress talking about some of this stuff. We've devolved into what do I name this thing in the app? So yeah, it's probably about time to call it. I get it. I get it. But we got some major work done. You know, with some whiskey, because this is that kind of fun stream. Ooh, 3 stream streak Elfo, for sure. We're just sipping whiskey and water. I know, it's so boring. Like, it is borderline flavorless. Yeah, I don't know, like, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. We can hang out with one of these and not worry about, like, the sugar calories from it, because I got more exercise to do tonight to make up for it. Come on. But let's get another album going. What are we gonna play? And yeah, am I trying to lose weight? A little bit, but I'm not trying to sacrifice my lifestyle in any way. So yeah. Can I cut out the sugar? Yes. And we'll leave it at that. No, but what we're trying to do is figure out the right way to express some of this stuff. The cardiologist is what we would call that here in the US. Sure, I get it. Yeah. I probably need to do that here soon. But I went for a good walk today, so I think I can push it out by another, like, 6 months. I went for a good walk. I think we're good. Oh, man. I walk, like, twice a week. I think we're good. I think I'm set. Weight versus cardiology is a totally separate subject there. I'm not trying to equate either one. Walking to the fridge doesn't count? What about when I walk to pee? I think that counts. But yeah, cardio, like, health does not necessarily equate to weight health. Take it easy, Alpha. If I drink enough, I have to get up to pee, which means I'm doing my standing as far as, like, the app would say anyway. Alpha, like, nah, dude, you can be thin with a very small body weight percentage, but you could actually still have a terrible fucking heart because you don't exercise enough. Calories in versus calories out does not equate to cardio health. They are not directly related. You could be a stick figure and still have a terrible fucking, like, cardiovascular heart rate, etc. because you don't exercise. No. So, Elfo, that is not what I'm talking about. You're equating what I'm saying to something you think I'm saying. Nope. You're equating what I'm saying to what you think I'm saying. Damn, I'm sorry, Lightspeed. I feel like you've said that here before, too. And yeah, man, thank you for sharing that. My point, Alpho, is cardiovascular health does not directly equate to weight. Right? Within margins of error, and the margin of error is way too great to equate those two things. When you're outside the bounds of reasonable, then sure. But within the realm of reasonable, those things are fine. I don't know, man. It's not something I want to debate right now. Let me just point out, Elfo. Jim Fix was a health nut that died in the 80s while running because he was super fit. He died before he was fucking 40. All right? No matter what you do, you're going to die. So take that out of the picture and just recognize the difference between cardiovascular health and weight may be correlated at the extremes, but once you get to the middle layer, they're unrelated as far as whether you will die from a heart attack. If you want to argue outside the bands of what you consider that middle layer, I don't care, right? The middle layer is whatever you think it is. But there is a middle layer in the middle there where you can be totally fit with basically zero, like, body fat and still fucking die from a heart issue, right? And that's at an extreme. Can we get to, like, the middle ground where we understand things outside the 80-20 rule type bullshit, right? Like, don't argue about the 20%. That's what I'm getting at. Yeah, right? In the edge cases, you're going to die way before you should have anyway. Could have been anything. What we're talking about is just simply based upon statistical averages and blah, 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 right? And, like, your body weight. Like, if you're within a certain body fat percentage, maybe you might be good. But even then, you could be a stick figure with really fucking bad cholesterol. And it doesn't matter about being overweight. So that is the edge case that is counter to the overweight person that actually has really good cholesterol because they've been training their body for wider fucking valves their entire life, right? There is such a thing. Those are extremes to the common case that we're trying to find in the middle of these things. So don't use the extreme to argue your point. Use the common case. And to that point, I don't have a good common case to like point out as like a reference. I'm just saying, Sir Elfman, Mr. Elfman, Alpha Logos, there you go. Yeah. Just take it easy on the hyperbole. Doctors agree on the extremes. The middle ground, no one wants to stake their entire fucking medical license on it. That said, I should drink less. That's a universal truth. Not a single doctor would disagree with that. So what do I know? Like, don't listen to me. I'm sure Elfo is a much more qualified physician than I am. Now, what we're at is a point where, do I want to play games tonight? Or do I just want to treat coding like a game? And I do need to eat some food tonight. That'll happen. That's easy. But coding can be my game tonight. I'm okay with it. And yeah, that's a barrel. Half full barrel. All right, so current entitlements. Entitlements is like the fetch. This is like the individual thing. We do this part. Otherwise, it's empty. And our can function cares about that now. And this is not a find. Oh. All right, billing tier name. Okay, so hold on. Here in store, billing tier. I like that. So that's the name of this thing. This is billing tier, and it is an entitlement. selected by entitlements being updated and the selected org. Okay. All right. So we do that. And then here in can, billing tier name. So technically, we know it's billing tier data or no. This is where we have to nest it within an else. See, I wish TypeScript could detect the guard statement like problem for sure. Oh, damn. This album's still going. It was just a quiet song. All right, so yeah, billing tiers dot billing tier name. Oh, hold on. That was a different thing. Oh, yeah, right. Because our backend doesn't report that. You know what? Okay. Damn, it's 10:30. All right. Yeah. We should call it good late. Right? So this type could actually succeed. We can make that a thing. We can make it happen, for sure. Yeah, but it is 10:30 p.m. I gotta eat some food. It'll be some terrible food, like hot dogs and sriracha or something. Sounds delicious, actually. No, that sounds fantastic. I'm looking forward to it now, and you can't stop me. But yeah, let's do a thing. Who do we go raid? And then yeah, what we're working on, we'll do it better tomorrow. We'll solve this problem that we're leaving off on very quickly, I'm sure. And we could do it tonight. It's just not a problem for tonight, for sure. So, who do we go raid? Who's going? But yeah, hold on. Who is streaming right now? And yeah, we went way too late tonight. Sorry to some, but you're welcome to others. Yeah, we're hanging out. We're doing our thing. whatever. Could be better, sure. Why not? Sergeant Pepper, man. Like, yeah, just killing it. Like always. All right, we do that. We do that. All right. So, we are going to go raid Sergeant Pepper. They are great. They do a bunch of like Rust, Godot, or Godot, or however you want to say it, stuff. And we can see what they're doing. I would think if you want to join me for some gaming here for like the next hour or so. After food, obviously. I'll be over on Griffing and Chill. And yeah, maybe more than an hour, but no more than 2-ish. Yeah, we can go hang out. But yeah, let's go say hi to Sergeant Pepper, and I will eat some food. I'll be back here tomorrow to solve the problem we're leaving off on. We can totally do this. Like, we got this, for sure. I just didn't feel like fighting TypeScript too late into the night, because, yeah, it would be midnight before I've even eaten. I need food. So, food in the belly, greater than just coding. Anyway, see y'all soon. See you here tomorrow, or see you on gaming, and have a good night. Later YouTube, later Twitch.